Ooh, awesome. Looks like I'm live. Well, hi there. It's Unstoppable Stelezzi for some more Wars Liberty casting today. Got about 9 recordings. Quite a few. The first one's actually a 2 versus 2, so I don't know how long these games are going to be. They could be quick, they could be short. Obviously, any time we get left over, it'll be either Wars Liberty or Definitive Edition time. And then obviously around 11 or so, we'll just plug into the HVV Chaos like I usually do because I can't put that game down. And guess what? Sagawai is installing that as we speak, so I don't know, either tomorrow or some other day. He'll probably be joining us for that as well, so that should be pretty fun. Oh, yeah, no, totally. It's going to be a blast. A total blast. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna share this stream with the Discord servers, and then we can begin right away. Should be very fun. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Now I got something else that I'm gonna be able to do with you too. So, you know how I played that mod last night for India? Guess what? I guess the dude also did a mod for Age of Empires 2 at the same time that had 4 new civs. Yeah, the guy's a workhorse, a literal workhorse, man. Got 2 projects done at the same time. A project for Age of Empires 2 and for Age of Empires 3. Imagine releasing 2 mods for 2 different games at the same time. Guy's a legend, you know. And you know how I found out about the developer found my stream yesterday and he came to me this morning and actually invited me to his actual development Discord server so I could follow the development of both mods. Yeah. I guess his India mod has Tibetans, the Mughals, and I think 2 other factions as well. So adds basically it has about 8 Indian factions instead of just 4 that the original game has. So that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean the Mughals are very fascinating indeed, and it kind of is probably going to offer a very different gameplay than the one we got with the Hindustanis, because in a way the Hindustanis is sort of the predecessor of the Civ that we're going to get with the Mughals here. So it'll be fascinating to see how the Mughals compare to the Hindustanis in terms of gameplay. Yeah, I think that'll be the most fascinating part, most likely. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it should be really fun. I'm looking forward to it, honestly. Totally. Hopefully you're all doing good today. I just wanted to get back into some good old Wars Liberty casting after doing so many other games for the past few days. You know, Definitive Edition, the India mod, AoE 2, Age of Mythology. We've been pretty busy, you know. Dedicating a day to Wars Liberty again this week would be good, especially as we're trying to get recruitment up for my tournament too. I guess Nathan tried DMing someone to join the Liga, and he wrote some scientific message saying why he didn't want to do it, and then Nathan left the Discord server and ran. Or something. I don't know. And he was freaked out that he was scared or something. I was like, he's probably not scared. I mean, might be a little confused, but not scared. Basically. Oh boy. Yeah. I'm trying to think now. Trying to think. Should I try to do streaming Age of Empires 2 casting as well at some point? With the deathmatch? I don't know about that because I know that the capture rate is super buggy and it could lead to a pretty painful streaming experience. So I don't know about that. Definitely Age of Mythology cast streams would be fun, I think. That idea seems a little bit more appeasing to me, honestly. Also, why so tired all of a sudden? I don't know. It's doing good before. I don't know about now. I'm just trying to type out messages right now so people will be aware of the Wars Liberty casting we're going to do the 9 recordings. 1, 2 versus 2, and then a bunch of 1v1s. One where Ringo actually reacted in his own Discord message. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a neurologist, I'm not a psychiatrist, but a man once told me, if you're in Discord and you react to your own message, and nobody else does, that's a sign of autism. So maybe Ringo's autistical all along and we just never knew about it. Wouldn't that be a surprise? Autistical Vilingo. Juanita Pluana. Juanita Pluana, the autistical. Would be interesting. And I think next week, I don't know. Should we start the AoE2 campaign stuff next week for the native stuff? Maybe. And I guarantee you, Rex is also going to try to beg me to play his campaign again once he rewrites it, because from what I heard, Rex was not happy with the way that campaign turned out. And he's actually looking to rewrite it from scratch. So he'll probably do that, and then he'll have me try it again. He's probably going to make it super painful for me this time. The one that we did on Monday was a cakewalk, but once he has me do this one, I guarantee you it's not going to be a cakewalk. It's probably going to be painful, because Rex made one of these maps before where he says, oh, I'm going to introduce water warfare. And when he says water warfare, you know what that means? Basically, he's going to have this boat, and then it's going to spawn in like 200-something units into the map, and then I'm going to die instantly to it. Because when it comes to like doing boat boarding and stuff, he makes these insane setups with the boats. It's like super duper crazy, actually. Oh yeah, no, I'm like, how does he come up with this stuff? And it's like, wow, that's a little insane, don't you think? Put in that much stuff, really? Yeah, it just perplexes me like the perplexing pool in Pikmin. Trying to figure it out, and I'm like, wow, this is like crazy. That much units, really? Ugh. I don't know, dude. A little too much. Let's see. What server am I on now? I'm on this one. Yep, totally. I wrote up another whole live story today using the AI when I got bored and I was trying to eat and stuff. About Bibu, Kayla, and Rara. It's actually it's like actual factual lore, by the way. There was like a stream where they were doing a 3-player like collab or something where they all had to climb together or something. I don't know, when Bibu wanted to stay up or whatever and continue it, and the rest were like, Bibu, if you keep doing it, you'll get hallucinations. And then Bibu's like, yeah, I want hallucinations. So I wrote up a story of if they actually agreed with Bibu's logic and actually kept going until they had actual hallucinations, and it was pretty funny. I was able to come up with some weird ideas there from Tiger Woods and popular media to make it work, and it was something. The Tiger Woods Hololive collab, that's something. Tiger Woods, and it was that scene from when I was younger. I think Obama was starting his term or something. Tiger Woods had some affair or something against his wife, and then she got super mad, took the golf club and started bashing his car in. Yeah, I used that scene in there, and the AI knew exactly what it was right away and worked it into it, and I was like, interesting. But it's not going to be for the reasons you expect. It's actually pretty funny. It starts out very mellow, and then it gets extreme very quickly. Yeah. I saved the link. I mean, I should probably take these links and save them somewhere so you can read them, but yeah, I just wish Google would save them into like a file and take the dialogues and the prompts and make them into a file for me so I can, use them. Make a script out of it and like write it up, I mean, obviously I'm not going to spend time to like edit and stuff, but just that I was able to come up with that sort of content with an AI is actually pretty good, actually. Really good, actually. Yeah, no, totally. Absolutely. Looking. Looking. Almost done. Making some headway here. This one, and I think 2 more. Yep. Wow, I got through that pretty quickly. Muy rápido, sí. Muy rápido. Good. Okay, registering with Nexus Mods. I'll sort out tomorrow. Got the first part done. Oh, that's awesome. Sagawai. Yeah, if me and Sagawai can do some Kyber tomorrow, that'd be awesome. I would love to do a 12-hour Kyber live stream with them. A 12-hour one? We could do a 12-hour one, but I'd have to start early, like right at 5. Unless I want to get super duper tired. Yeah. Super duper tired. I mean, we can definitely do that sort of stuff on the weekend days, but on the weekdays it's kind of tough. Totally. So yeah. Interesting. Alright, we should be ready to go now, people. So let's do this first recording here. It's a 2 versus 2 AT&T 2v2. So I don't know who's in this one. We'll have to see though. Is it Alucard team and Nathan team? That's what I would guess it is, but we'll have to see. Alright, it's loading right now though. Alright. Okay, so it's Alucard and Gilder versus Codefender and Nathan. So overall, pretty strong group of people here. I mean, nobody really has skill issues among the groups, so it is going to be a real battle of the minds here. Codefender is running Austria-Hungary. His ally Nathan is running Central America. Very solid picks on their team. Other team, Brazil, with Gilder, and Alucard is doing Uzbeks. Okay, so we got Uzbeks and Brazil versus Central America and Austria-Hungary. This is a good spread of civs. I like this, you know. Good variety. It's good variety for anyone that likes to see a different set of civs here, so it should be pretty good. So right now, basically, Uzbek player is actually chopping some wood early here. Very, very interesting. Yeah, you normally don't see civs chopping wood like this early unless they're going for some sort of market-based build order. I'm kind of curious what Alucard is doing here specifically. What is that wood going towards? I don't know. He is training his Vils up, though. He is holding on to his coin. So it doesn't look like he's going for early hunting dogs or Salukis, as Middle East calls it. No, doesn't look like he's going for hunting at all. So what is he going for exactly with that wood? Well, oh, I just figured it out. Alright, so he built the caravanserai. Alright, that makes sense. Okay, so he basically chopped enough wood to reach about 50 wood so he could build his madrasa. Because instead of going for a mahala, which would have given him more housing space, about 20, he ended up going with a slightly more expensive building, the caravanserai. And the caravanserai, it's a cool Middle Eastern trading post that actually starts out with the range attack already there. So you don't have to like research a separate card to get that range attack defense. And it gives you about 5 housing space too. Pretty cool, right? Because now Alucard doesn't even need a Mahala right now, because this effectively got his pop space up to 15. He's also sending this card, Advanced Caravanserai, which makes the building tankier, so it's harder to siege them. And they also start to provide about 15 housing space, too. That is pretty good. Pretty good, actually. Really good. So now his caravanserais effectively become major housing structures, which is quite nice. Yeah. So I don't know why my mouse pad was acting weird over there. Very strange. Yeah. Is Alucard getting a Madrasa text yet or no? Doesn't look like he is quite. Yep. At least it doesn't seem like it. So yeah, this is a new way to do Uzbeks, I guess, with build orders. And then they also get this card too, by the way. Chorsu. Chorsu actually cheapens the caravanserai by 80%. Over 3/4 of the building costs are literally chopped off, shaved off. That is really good. And notice all the native synergy he has. He has Dar al-Islam. It basically is a trade-off card that makes the natives cheaper in the resources they normally cost, like food and wood, but adds a 10% gold cost to them. Then you have Jizya, the Jizya tax. You get 500 coin from every native you're allied with. And then you get the native combat stuff too. Namely the Dhimmi combat, Dhimmi attack, and Dhimmi hit points. These all affect native warriors basically. Looks like he's going to start out with yellow Madrasa text from the looks of it. These are the ones that give you Karakul sheep, right? And they also allow your nomads to fatten up herdables quicker, too. The nomads, as you know, basically those guys that stand around, and then when the herdables come near them, they release an aura that fattens them quicker, just like a livestock pen would do it. Thus, Middle East doesn't use any formal livestock pens, they just rely on their nomads to do that tour work, basically. And the Karakul sheep, compared to regular sheep, are ones that actually contain coin. And unlike normal wool sheep in the game, they actually have 250 gold instead of 200, making them a slightly more valuable herdable too. And then he's going to pick up a blue Madrasa tech. This one gives you some free nomads. And I think improves the movement speed of the nomads as well. So that should be nice. Yeah, Uzbeks are a little bit different than the rest of the bunch, because instead of having a standard nomad unit, they get these special ethnic, these different ethnic group nomads. They get the Karakupal one, they get the Turkmen one, and then they get the Kyrgyz one. And on top of having their own special stats bonus, like this one having more line of sight, they also can build their own building. In particular, the Karakupal nomad can build the Tam. The Tam is a special sort of house structure here. It effectively prevents your enemy with it from building buildings within a certain circle of it. So basically once this goes up, you can't put a barracks here or there or anywhere around here. You have to like build it all the way back here and stuff. Oh wow, he already put up another time right here too. Yeah, see, if you're really strategic and stuff, you can start out with the Karakapal nomads and get all these tams up so your enemy can't like build any forward bases. And then you would then switch to the Turkmen nomads and start building Alamans in your enemy's base, which are a structure that they have that shoots at the enemy villagers with the multiplier against them, plus pumps out these warlord Turkmen cavalrymen that use a bow and arrow called the Alamaninia that will kind of attack everything, including your guys too, so you have to be careful of it. It's really like a Tartarus Gate from Age of Mythology. Except instead of having a bunch of monsters coming out, it just has a bunch of hairy, smelly Turkmen dudes on horses, basically, instead. Yeah. He's also picking up yellow Madrasa Tech number 2, white gold. That should age him up. If you research 3 Madrasa Techs at this building, that's an age up to age 2. You get 7 of them, age 3, and so forth and so forth, yeah. Nathan, how's Nathan doing? So Nathan is aged up. What deck do you go for? So he went Outlaws. He calls them Mercenary, but it's really Outlaws. Yeah, I don't think Central America actually can train mercenaries at all, since they don't get a saloon building as Latam. They basically just get Outlaws for their Caudillo, right? Yeah. Well, where did he get the plantation from? Oh no, that's Gilder. I was like, wait a second, where's... Okay, yep, there's this town hall right there. Once you build a town hall, you get a free Caudillo or Colonel. He's sort of a Latin American criminal. Criminal Daimyo. What he does is he trains and boosts the stats of outlaw units. So think how the Japanese daimyos boost up the stats of their samurai troops. The Caudillos do the same thing, but with their outlaw units, basically. And you get about 3 outlaw choices per Latam Civ. 2 of them are a common one, and then you get like 1 unique one too for each Civ. And unfortunately, Gilder jumped the gun there and completely gutted them with the Batallo Diabos here. These are considered an immigrant battalion troop. Basically, they are produced out of this structure here, the German immigrant colony. Every Latin American Civ has the option of picking a immigrant colony when they're aging up. If you pick the same one multiple times, you'll get better and better rewards with the age ups and eventually get a really good bonus in Imperial Age if you stick with them the whole time. What the colonies do is they let you make special units like these, which costs a shipment. So they're essentially adding like additional unit cards into your hand basically without showing them in the UI. And these particular units are really just specialized Yuan units. So low hit points, high attack damage. Really good for fighting their counters while being really bad against the things that counter them. Looks like Nathan was trying to make a move on his town, but no luck. This makes things a bit more complicated. It looks like Nathan had to tribute Gilder some gold to tribute back his, to ransom back his Caudillos. Yeah, thankfully these guys can't be killed, right? They act just like the explorers. If they get knocked out, just send a ransom and then you can get them back again. Simple as that. Right now, it looks like, though, Nathan and Codefender have set up a defensive line here. You got what appears to be Austro-Hungarian Grenadiers from Codefender. And then Nathan is doing the Cochalikus. The Cochaliku outlaws from his Caudillos. These were essentially like Central American Renegados for the most part in terms of stats. Pretty good unit. And they also get a cool card in Age 3, the Livingston Code. They'll actually turn them into a 1-pop outlaw, making them really efficient compared to like the normal Renegados that eat up your pop space like crazy. He also has a few Leperos out too. These are a spear-based outlaw you can get with multiple civs like Mexico and Central America. They can get a high siege on buildings, and they're good against cav too. But they like siege buildings especially well, even better than like a standard spearman, so they're really efficient at that task. Looks like the Comanche horse archers are going after the explorer from what it looks like. Yep. Ooh, also, Austria-Hungary gets free Hussars with their shipments too, so looks like Codefender already has a batch of free Hussars there that they can already start to use to cut stuff down with. Very fascinating. Alucard at the moment isn't even going with real military, he's literally just going native warriors, using the Comanche natives from the map to support his ally. This is true Alucard fashion, folks. Alucard is a master of all skills and trades and everything at the game. So he can like troll you early on with these armies of natives and then have a nice big counter later on. So don't think that Alucard's being sloppy here. He's really just warming up. You know, he's probably booming like crazy in his base right now if we check. And he's just using this little basic army of Comanche horse archers just to make sure the Gilder doesn't die at all. Which I think is pretty good. Because Comanche horse archers are a range cavalry, which means they can hit and run, they can kite. Obviously they can go into melee too to kill hussars quickly. It's overall pretty good. And also these Comanche horse archers are really good against these spearmen because they can outrun them so they don't get killed by them. Plus they have hand armor too, being a horse archer unit. Which means if they get stabbed or poked with the spears a few times, they might survive it. Whereas some other units might not. Also, Alucard appears to be getting some of his red Madrasa techs, which give you the free archers, the Oikalis. So he will be also being able to support Gilder with foot archers on top of the native ones he's captured on the map, basically. Yeah, it's working out good so far. Yeah, these archers have the same rate of fire as longbowmen, so they shoot rather quickly. 1.5 versus 3. Just be forewarned, though, that the Oikaili archers of the Uzbeks have stronger multipliers against dragoons rather than muskets. They do more multiplier damage than, say, crossbowmen do. But, you know, not as much as, say, some of the stronger anti-musket archers in the game, like the Anna Bowman and stuff. So you do have to be aware of that, basically. Overall, though, Oikaili is a really good backbone unit to make as Uzbeks, and I highly recommend it if you're trying to farm up food and gold to go with the Madrasa techs. You can just spam these archers, usually. And pop out a few Chariks as well. Which can be very helpful for you. The one good thing about being Uzbeks that is not the case with other Middle East civs. Uzbeks are the only Middle East civ right now that actually has a bow and arrow unit in their roster, which means they're the only civ that can start the game with the forge and not be missing much, right? Because normally with Middle East civs, I recommend you get a gunsmith first, so you can make the musket and skirm comp, since most of the Middle East skirms in the game are available in H2 and onwards. But in the case of Uzbeks, since they get a foot archer, you can go spears and foot archers, and even go with their scout cav unit too, effectively giving you a hussar or a pikeman and an archer unit, effectively allowing you to skip the gunsmith altogether potentially, which is really cool. Yeah. So yeah, Uzbek's the only Middle East civ where I usually recommend you open with forge every time, because it is slightly more flexible. Especially considering Uzbeks are like the only Middle East civ that gets their skirmisher in Age 3. So you'd be missing out on that, and you'd only be able to make Sardbaz if you were going gunsmith as the civ, which is a little limiting, you know. We also see the Comanche coming up here and raiding the Vils. They actually killed a Vil right here. Did you see that right in this spot? Yeah, that's the thing. In Age of Empires 3, ranged cav typically has a malice against villagers to keep it from turning into Age of Empires 2 level nightmares. But if you ping those villagers enough with those arrows, they will fall. Especially since they're so far from the base. Like, look how far away the TC is. It's down here, but the Vils are all the way up here. Which means if Alucard concentrates enough time with these cav archers on those Vils, he can get a few kills out. You know? Does add up. But that being said, it looks like there's another assault down here, so we should check that out. Looks like Nathan and Codefender are still pressing down here. The main offense is through Nathan, who's still spamming outlaws, the Lepero Spearman, which is sieging stuff like crazy, and the Kochelikos, which is his skirmisher outlaw. Also, Codefender's using some more of the free hussars he got from shipments there to sort of raid around a bit. And Alucard's going to just defend with archers and spearmen, it looks like.
Emriniz. Hazır. Ali. Emrinizge emanet.
Ha.
İnşallah.
Hazır.
Asker.
Emrinizge emanet. Ne arzu? Emriniz.
İnşallah. دير مصروفي دل الله أكبر.
Ali. Ha.
Eipos. Epa, maestro.
En posición. Dígame, patrón.
Eipos.
Ordens.
Estou pronto.
Sim. Ordens.
Qual a sua ordem?
Sim. Aqui, ó.
Ali.
Sim.
Una umana!
عسكر.
Les remarquer!
Had a bit of a phone call there, so I wasn't able to talk for most of the game, unfortunately. It's alright, though. It's alright. So basically, this game, it was a really tight matchup. It looks like, in general, for most of the game, Alucard was able to basically use his command tree to sort of hold the line up here and keep most of the focus down in Gilder's base. Unfortunately, though, Central America is a real beast when it comes to the outlaw functionality that they get with these Cochiricos. Yeah, these Cochiricos are basically like renegados, right? And did he research the card that I thought? Nah, he didn't get it yet. Yeah, see, if he got this card here, this one right here, the guy with his hands behind bars, this is Livingston code. This actually takes these Cochiricos and makes him a one-pop outlaw unit. So he was able to get this win done without even needing that, which is crazy, because when you look at the cost of these, they only cost like 80 gold, just like the Renegados. So all you have to do is just mine up a ton of coin, and you got a nice big ranged backbone that you can run as Central America. Plus, he mixed in the Confederate filibusters from his Confederate site too, the Confederate colony here. Those were also a skirmisher, and he just like overwhelmed Gilder's force, because Gilder didn't have any sort of real stable setup going. He was mostly going with conscriptos, and that's the wrong thing for this matchup. But he didn't have much of a choice, because he really didn't have the resources to facilitate mass cavalry. And on top of that, the 1-2 punches, he also had an army of assault units. He had Mañosos, which are a outlaw assault unit, so basically like a heavy armored coyote runner sort of thing that has hand armor instead of piers. And not only that, he actually had barracks set up on the side too, 3 of them even, to spam out Mosqueteros. He was even going to add in some Vivanderos as well so he could heal his troops, which is crazy. But yeah, no, the Mosqueteros are a different assault unit that they have splash attack. These are like the generic assault infantry of the Lamsids, and then the Mañosos are a unique, I don't know, are they a unique one? I don't know if they're a unique one. They're definitely a assault infantry available to some of the Latam civs as an outlaw. Yeah, and these guys can also go stealthy, by the way, because if you remember correctly a little bit earlier, they were stealthy down here. Did you see how they were in stealth mode and stuff, hiding out? Yeah, you can ambush people with these too, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, no, this was a good demonstration of the power of Outlaws with Central America. That being said, though, Alucard held very good. He was setting up really good stuff with his Uzbek archers, the Oikales, and the Chaliks. Unfortunately, though, Code Fender and Nathan were striking pretty hard. Totally hard, honestly. Yeah. And mostly what Code Fender ended up doing was he ended up pivoting from Grenadiers into Line Infantry and Hussars. With Austria-Hungary, you get the Royal Guard upgrades in Age 3 instead of Age 4, which leads to a more expensive veteran upgrade and a normally priced guard upgrade. So basically he spends like 400 wood and gold to get his veteran guard upgrades, I guess you could call them, for the line infantry, the Deutschmeister line infantry, and then he got the Radetzky's Hussars. So he was able to utilize that to overpower Alucard's defenses of Chalik Spearmen, the Oikailis, plus all the Comanches that he was running. Because you could see these Radetzky's Hussars coming right here for his plums. Yeah, these are the founds. The way that you get late game resources is Middle East. Basically, they spawn these bushes, and then your villagers just gather the bushes. It's kind of a mismatch between a mill and a farm, Age of Empires 2 farm. While they're depletable like Age of Empire 2 farms, the fountain just produces the bushes for free, so you don't have to spend anything on it. Kind of a cool mechanic. You can get food bushes, like plums, or you can get gold ones like cod. And it varies from civ to civ too, right? Whereas Uzbeks might get plums, Afghans get pomegranates, Saudi Arabians get dates. Not as like actual dates to like females, but like the fruit date. Yeah, Wars of Liberty players don't date women. They date Wars of Liberty. And then Persians would have apricots, yeah. So yeah, good first game. I like that one. Even though I wasn't able to talk much, I loved like watching it. I actually was like, I liked this match. This was a really good 2 versus 2. I liked the unit variety. I liked the tactics used. I liked the ping pong match between the players a bit and the strong effort from both sides. This is the way I think that the team game should go in Wars of Liberty, honestly. So I have no complaints. Totally not. So now we're going to go into the 1v1s that I got tonight. We got about 8 of them to go through. So this should be really fun. Yeah. Totally fun. Well, I do think you get more content out of 2v2s. The 1v1s definitely are much easier to analyze for learning stuff, I think. Because you get to see one-on-one how people do, basically. But at the same time, with the 2 versus 2, you got somebody backing them up, so there's more like you're more likely to see like a real fight there. Be it with a bit of, guarding, basically. But yeah, no, totally. Let's see here. What are the recordings called? Let me see what they're called. Saga versus Nat. So Nathan versus Sagawai. That should be interesting. Sagawai is one of our more newbie players, but he is studying to get better. So we'll take it very seriously and we'll try to help him with anything that we see here. Should be pretty fun. Yeah, Sagawai's come a long way in Wars of Liberty, I think. When he first started out, was kind of Lars level bad, but over time he's starting to figure out the builds pretty good, so yeah, it should be nice. Alright, looks like Nathan is running Australia, and Sagawai is running Paraguay. Yep. Yeah, Paraguay's a good civ to start with, you know. Honestly, I'll be frank with you. If you're a newcomer to Wars of Liberty, and I know there's tons of you, you should probably start out with Paraguay, because Paraguay takes a lot of the work out of playing an Age of Empires 3 civ, honestly. The big thing it does is it allows you to actually construct factories that will give you food through resources through trickles. Yeah. So basically, you get this cool special villagers Paraguay here. Not this one. This is another explorer you get. There's like 2 explorers that you get with Paraguay. You get this one, and then you get the other one too. Let's see where he is. Where's the master engineer, son? Is he here anywhere? ¿Dónde está? Okay, here he is. Yep, so you get this guy. He builds like all of your buildings basically as the Civ. These villagers can build some buildings, but this guy builds most of them. He can construct factories called works buildings. There's food ones, wood ones, and gold ones. They cost 150 of two different resources. The resources that the building doesn't trickle, so if you wanted to build a food works, it would be 150 wood and gold. If it was a gold works, it would be 150 food and wood, and I think you can use your inference to figure out the wood one, right? And basically that allows you as Paraguay to trickle a ton of resources out of those three different factory structures without having to depend so much on your villager economy. Don't worry though, the Coiguas gather rate is basically the same as a regular vill. In the old days that wasn't the case, but now it is. But be forewarned, they only have a build limit of about 40, so you can't rely on them forever, you know. You'll be able to do part of your economy with the Coiguas, and possibly some immigrant gatherers that you get from the colonies, but you're going to have to build work factories to really hash out a really good economy. Early on, works can be very expensive, but don't worry. There's a card that can actually cheapen them. There's also 2 techs at the food works that you can research that will cheapen the costs of all works buildings too. So if you play it right, you can actually fix that, you know. The techs would be lunch break, the first one that cheapens the works, and then the second one would be large cauldron. That'd be the second one to cheapen the works buildings. If you can get those from the food works, your works will be very cheap, and then they can work works. Yeah, basically. Also, Paraguay has, while they do have a build limit on their barracks and stables, which sounds like a weakness, it's actually because they can also train units for free too. In addition to the units that you train for resources from the buildings will automatically produce 1 unit for free. In the case of the barracks, they'll make something called the Pitirai, which is really just a trashier, cheaper, weaker Mosquetero equivalent. And then the same thing with the stable. The stables will produce free Acayobatais, so are these weaker, cheaper Lanceros, basically. So yeah, you get free trash units pretty much, on top of having free trickles from factories too. So yeah, Paraguay just loves to take the work off of your shoulders so that you can focus more on the micro, focus more on the long-term strategy, and maybe on the unit choice more than anything. That's why I recommend Paraguay to newcoming players. For people that struggle with RTS and like micromanaging and having a high APM, Paraguay is a very low APM civ for people to have to worry about. You can be very low APM with Paraguay and not really suffer as hard, I think. You still have to be smart. You know, you still have to make good unit choices. You still have to take map control seriously. You actually have to take aggression. Well, how do I say this? Basically, rushing with Paraguay can be a bit tougher because you don't have the luxury of having a billion buildings. Your barracks and stables have a build limit on them. The only sort of way you slightly get around that is basically going with the French immigrants and building some of the French immigrant houses, which can train barracks units. That is sort of the only exception to the rule. But yeah, in general, you start out with a build limit of 2 barracks and 2 stables, and it goes up by like 1 every age. And I think in Imperial Age it goes up by 2. But that's about it. That's all you get. Foundries you can build as many as you want, though. You can get that as much as you want. And you can still, like, ship in forts as well. Which, does Saguai have a fort? He does not, so that's not an option. That's fine. He's starting to ship in a woodworks right now. Totally fine, you can do that. I'm more of a proponent, again, foodworks from the home city, because those are the ones that will help you age up faster and prevent you from getting rushed in early game. But if you want to get a woodworks, that can be a greedy option to help you with infrastructure later. Making sure you get a barracks up right away, making sure you can get like a few trash units out, like Escapateros and Pardos maybe, or even Petilais. Gives you more options. So that's the wonderful thing about Age of Empires 3 Wars Liberty. There's so many ways to do things that sometimes can work better. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have Australia down here. Australia's really a tough civ to run usually. Kind of obnoxious. So basically you get these villagers here, the convict laborers. It costs both food and gold. So your macro in the beginning of the game is really wacky and crazy. Kind of like India. Kind of like India in a way. So yeah, forces you to develop sort of your own build order to make sure you age up on time and you don't fall behind in build production, which can be a bit tedious. But they do make up for it a bit. For every one of these convict laborers that you train as a civ, you get a free sheep, a wool sheep, right? You remember how Uzbeks had the Karakul sheep, right? Herdables that contain gold. Now, these are basically just smaller versions of those. They don't quite have as much gold in them. It's only 150 gold. But it's the same idea. You can basically construct a barn. It's only about 100 wood. And then you can fan up all these wool sheep there and then eat them for gold, which is really helpful. Aging up with William Dampier, so that will give him Bushrangers. Yeah, what sets sort of these Anglo-ish civs apart from other ones, you actually get to choose your unique units, right? So you get like 2 possible faction paths. You got like the Colonial and the Aboriginal as Australia. They all come with their own sets of unique units per age up, so you can mix and match them as much as you like, really. Well, not completely. You obviously still have a choice between 2 unique units, and then once you made that choice, you can't undo it. But yeah, no, there's like, as far as combinatorics is concerned, you have really about, I think like 16 options by Imperial Age for stuff, yeah. Because it's 8 possible unique unit options, and then obviously you have 2 paths, and thus times that times 2 would be 16 possible possibilities out of that, which is pretty cool. Yeah, no, pretty awesome actually. I think, yeah, I think it would be my combinatorics, you know, math from stats comes in the care. I think it'd be 16 options. Yeah. But anyways, it looks like Australia is going with wood. They're also picking up crosscut saw, basically Anglo's version of gang saw. Interestingly enough, this costs gold instead of food, making it a bit harder to research. Mining hamper's actually a bit cheaper than the European placer mines, though, which is nice. Making up for this. Looks like there's going to be aggression from Nathan if he's getting wood. Yeah, if it was getting gold first, I would say Fast Fortress, but if he's getting wood first, that means I'm going to set up infrastructure and get ready for some sort of aggro. It looks like he's training a ton of these fur traders, too. Yeah. These are sort of a villager you can get as every Anglo-civ. They're really just food gathering villages only. So they have a really good gather rate with food. Plus they have the mechanics of explorers, including multipliers against treasure guardians and the ability to collect treasures and stuff and build trading posts. Yeah, and then they get the good building speed of TCs like the Explorer as well. So they're kind of villager-explorer hybrids in a way, which is really cool. And yep, if he's getting fur traders early, that means that his eco's going to be rather good later, I think. Yeah. What is Sagwai doing though? So he's aging up, good. Aging up with 1 woodworks can be a bit risky. I don't recommend you set this up. I would say probably. You got sort of 2 ways to do it. You could either go 1 foodworks, 1 woodworks, or you could go with 2 foodworks. That's usually going to be the best way that you do it. Because notice here how he still has the shipment available. You can actually, you know, get your second shipment in age 1 as Paraguay and usually be able to get your 3rd shipment in age 2 rather easy, I think. So yeah, I always recommend you try to get at least 2 works out as Paraguay before you reach age 2. That ensures that your macro is in pretty good shape when you're ready to start battling. That's what I would say in general. Alright, we got 2 stables and a barracks there. Really, really good. Yep, this is the card I was actually talking about with Paraguay that cheapens the works buildings. So if you want to cheapen works buildings, I would say get this. Very helpful for you. Very good. What else we got? Trying to see here. We got Spontooners coming out. These are basically spearmen, pikemen, pretty much. They're a little bit weak. They're a little bit wackier because they actually have less damage than the European pikemen, I think, but they actually have more multipliers of 6x against cab instead of, 5. So I think they're really, really good at cutting through cavalry, but they're a little bit less good generically. But that being said, there is a card I think called Mere that Nathan doesn't have that actually adds an infantry multiplier to them as hand infantry. So yeah, that can sometimes make them a little bit more efficient and make up for their weaknesses, I think. Yeah.
Dígame, mariscal.
That's a lot of spearmen. Interesting. Now, spearmen can actually be an interesting start against Paraguay, because both of the trash units that Paraguay gets for free from their buildings, the Peterai and the Akayobatai, are both shock units, which means cavalry. So foot cavalry like this, and a mounted cavalry like that. Thus, these spearmen can obliterate both of these units. So until there's a lot of skirmishers out, like escopeteros, spearmen can completely ravage a Paraguay player. And it looks like Sagawai's production is kind of slow right now, but now he's picking up a bit. He's building a food works here. He's got a coin works, a wood one, and a food one. Okay, it's not bad. And he went with the French immigrants too, right? Yeah, see, if he can get these spearmen out of his base, I would get the bakeries card or tech from here. And that would essentially allow him to get 2 food works for the cost of 1 shipment, which is a really good deal and a really good steal. Also, you can use your villagers to fight military as well, because the Koigwas have a shotgun rifle, and they do splash attack against enemies. So you can actually take these guys off of the resources and start blasting the spearmen with them and actually survive. He's doing it with 1 of them, or 2 of them, but he's going to retreat the others, it looks like. Yeah, no. If you can survive this, I would say get bakeries, get the 2 food works, and then you're actually in rather good shape. Because that means he would have a woodworks, a goldworks, and 3 food ones, which is a pretty good setup, honestly. So I think that's probably the route you want to go down. But that being said, the spearmen are gaining traction here, which can be kind of problematic, though. Yeah, totally. Gotta watch out for that. What's Nathan gonna do? Is he just gonna keep spamming spearmen, or? Well, he looks like he's going for a fortress age, and he's likely gonna go with one of the Aboriginal politicians so he can get the fire sticks. Fire sticks are basically assault units like the Mushateros, but they're also siege troopers, which means they have high siege. So he can run those up here with these spearmen and like get through his town center and these factories rather quickly and gain the win, I think, which would be really neat. Yeah, no, totally. That would be a really good tactic for you here. So yeah, we'll have to see if he develops that maybe or not. Should be nice either way. Yeah, see, he's going to recede now just to get his fortress age, and then he'll return again. Plus, you're not going to take down a base with 3 spearmen, so you kind of have to retreat anyways. Sagwai's reeling from that, so he won't be able to counterattack. If it was my Paraguay, and I was, like, defending and stuff, I would usually have more Escobateros at this point, and I would counterattack right now. But since he's kind of been hit pretty hard here, he really can't do that. Rightfully so, he is shipping in about 600 wood. He's already sent 700. He's getting 600. That's really good. He's actually doing everything right, considering you know, the blow that he just took. So that's good. But I will say, in general, you're going to want to be stronger a bit earlier with Paraguay. Have more Escobateros ready to go, so you don't lose the barracks in a stable, because that was a 400 wood loss, which is a pretty big deal. Because once you ship in this 600 wood, more than half of that's going to go into like recovering what you just lost. It's not going to be expanding, which can be a problem. With Paraguay, you want to expand your military rather quickly and efficiently and try to get these works buildings up. Because if you can get 4 of these up very quickly using this card here, Hemeroteca, that gets the build limit up to 1. If you can get 4 of these little factories, 4 food works, 4 gold ones, 4 wood ones in age. But honestly, you don't even need the gold ones in age 2. You need mostly the food and wood ones. The gold ones, once you get those, that's like overkill, and then you can start going artillery. But yeah, all I'm saying is as many works as you can get in age 2. So that way, you can send wave after wave after wave after wave of troops, because you're already getting the free cav, both the mounted and the dismounted, from the structures. So all you have to do really is just make spearmen and Escobateros your early game skirmisher. You can actually train more Pedirais as well, or Yakuyobatais, and particularly these are trained a bit more often because of their anti-skirmisher properties, being a lancer. But yeah, no, you can totally set it up that way, and it's really good. So yeah, very, very interesting stuff, right? Yeah, no, totally. 100%. Gotta be on top of that stuff, really. He is going to try to counterattack, though. It's just going to be a bit weak. Okay, so he's going to fight the Fire Sticks here. Fire Sticks are basically Musketeros, but much worse, because they have, like, 2 splash. So they'll do even more damage. Plus, they're a Siege Trooper, too, so they have a siege of, like, 48. They could, like, potentially gut this entire army and still go up there to kill his buildings. So Sagwai has to be really careful with how he handles these. Separating the cav from the rest of the army is not recommended, because he can just kill these instantaneously. Just like boom, like that. And then he's got more. He's got He's got like 3 groups of them. He's got multiple control groups of them. This is dangerous because he's got another control group of them here. He's coordinating 4 control groups of fire sticks. He's going to surround him, and then he's going to like rip through them, and then he's going to go into his base and just kill him instantly like that. I guarantee you that's what's happening. Yeah, see, he's pulling him away with this, and then he's striking him in the back where his vulnerable skirmishers are here. Yeah. Now, the thing is, with assault-based cav units like these fire sticks, they have hand armor, so they're actually designated to deal with anti-cav units like the Spearmen a bit easier. At least the melee ones. Dragoons will shred assault units, but like heavy infantry like pikemen and muskets and melee often struggle against assault units, you know. They do great against scout units, but assault units is just a little bit tougher. They'll more often than not beat the assault units because they're obviously still anti-cav, but with that hand armor there, it can make it a little bit tougher for like heavy infantry in particular to deal with the assault class in this game. It's going to get real tricky real fast. Looks like Sagua is still going to train more Escapateros. He's going to send in a batch of French immigrants, the Red Devils, too. Good choice, honestly. I think that's pretty good. I'm liking what he's doing so far. It's actually quite nice, actually. So, yeah, totally good. See what the fire sticks do to structures? They like obliterate them very, very quickly. Also, it looks like Nathan also got a shipment of Whipworth cannons as well. Just a nail in the coffin, I guess. I mean, the cannons are totally not necessary. The fire sticks alone will get it done, but I think the artillery just makes sure. Right, I'll be able to blast the spearmen down, which is a good idea. Oh god, the French colony's going down. Not good. Once this goes down, you can't rebuild it again without French workers. Is he going up with the French work raids up there? Yep, second French wave. Okay, so that is good because once he gets those French workers in the age up, he would have to rebuild those using the French workers because standard villagers can rebuild immigrant colonies. Only the workers from the colonies can do that. So consider yourself lucky there, I guess. But unlucky because now your works buildings are under siege, plus the houses and plus everything else under the sun. So this is going to be really tough really fast. Alright, the TC's being sieged right now. Oh man. And then more fire sticks coming up here to get the vills. Brutal. Brutal efficiency there. I mean, it's a good attempt by Sagwai. He's got a lot of the foundations down. He just needs to work on his timings with his age up. Getting the army up a bit earlier and being a bit more impactful with the combat. Also, maybe consider going with my food works build order with Paraguay instead of doing the wood works. At least to start out, I think, and it should help your age up times so you don't fall behind like this. Because if you can age up a bit earlier with food works, by shipping one in and then setting up a build order to be able to mine and chop for wood to get the second one in age 1, then I think you'll be in good enough shape to basically, come up with strategies later. Because you don't have to go the French immigrant route either. You can also go Croatians, ship in like a first woodworks, and then get 300 wood through the Croats. That's another option. I just go with the French route so I can ship in one like food works, and then I can send Hemeroteca so that when I get bakeries in age 2, now I have 4 food works, and now I've got my age 2 economy basically maxed out to the standard ability that I can as the Civ. Right, so now we're going to boot in again and see the second Sagwai game to see if he's improved at all, or what sort of tactics he might be using this time. Is he going to go Paraguay again? Is he going to go Middle East Civ? Because I know Sagwai is also looking heavily into Persians, Afghans, some of those civs, so we'll see exactly what he's planning. Should be fun either way. S for Saga, right? Yep, this one. Good. Alright, so looks like Nathan's gonna go Maori. And Sagwai is going Brazil. I'm a little concerned for Brazil in this matchup because Brazil's a bit slow to get started. Usually is. I noticed that Gilder can start up Brazil very quickly. I don't know how he does it, but yeah. Maori, from what I've seen lately, actually has some really good abilities. I definitely think with a civ like Brazil, though, if you're Maori, you can definitely pull off a fast fortress and really exploit that against them. That's what I think is going to happen here. I think Nathan's going to go for the fast fortress, right? And then he's just going to hit him pretty hard there with the skirmishers, yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Totally. Yeah, yeah, what he's going to do is he's going to, like, get the fast fortress, he's going to get training grounds, and then he's going to upgrade his marksman into Porokumus, and then he's going to go, like, kiting mode galore against his opponent. If that's what he has in the deck, by the way. Does he have Porokumu? Yeah, he has Porokumu. Alright. Because I noticed that, I think it was Codefender or someone else actually goes with the Tupara marksman, because they like the short range, splash attack aspect of them, but yeah, typically Porokumu is going to be more consistent for players that need the range to micro with skirms, I think. Yeah. Alright, looks like he's getting the market up now from what it looks like, yeah. Yeah, basically what really sets the Maori or the Polynesian market a bit different than other civs is that basically this market contains berry and farming upgrades too. So it's a little bit closer to the Middle Eastern market, you know, that also has your late game stuff there. So that's basically the case with this structure, pretty much. The only exception to the rule is the gold gathering late game, which is handled at the Sandalwood Grove. So that's the only thing that differs a bit from the Middle East market system, I guess.
He aha te mahere.
Alright, so basically with Brazil now has sort of the Russian training system, where you train units in blocks of your villagers in blocks of 3. The only difference is it's a slave trade based train system, which means you actually pay about, I believe it's 210 coin instead of 270 food. Basically, since gold's a bit more valuable in the game than food, the gold cost ends up being a bit less to make it fair. Yeah. Again, because, you know, the villagers cost gold now, it makes your age, one macro in particular kind of tedious. Yeah. There is a card, though, with Brazil, not everybody runs it, that can actually change it to, like, the Russian training system where it will cost, like, 270 food instead of 210 gold. But you can't get that till age 2, so you're forced to suffer an early game. And then later on you can like have something that's a little bit more tailored to you, I guess. And I really should consider running that card with Brazil and seeing maybe if they're a bit more viable doing that. Because when I try to do it the gold way, I always feel like I fall a bit behind, particularly in 1v1. So yeah, that could totally be a good experiment worth trying, honestly. Which would be pretty nice. So yeah, maybe I'll start giving that tactic a go and seeing if it potentially works a bit better there, yeah. Totally, yep.
Qual é a sua hora, caçadora?
What immigrant will you go with, though? Because Brazil has a Civ bonus where they get an extra option on most of their Latin American special features. So that means they get an extra immigrant option, they get an extra outlaw option, they get an extra Royal Guard upgrade. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's not a huge bonus, but it's a noticeable enough one that gives the player a bit more options in the game, which is nice. Yeah, totally. Because as you remember from the 5th edition, Spain was the Civ that used to have like the 2 Royal Guard units, the 3 Royal Guard units, making them like the unique one in Europe. Now that's basically the Brazil Civ now, Wars Liberty, that gets the 3 different Royal Guard options. Because they since got rid of the Roderos from Wars Liberty Spain since they're too outdated, so now they just get like their Royal Guard Spearmen and their Royal Guard What did they get Royal Guard against Spain? They get Royal Guard Spearmen. And then they get Royal Guard... I'm trying to remember. Did they get Royal Guard Hussars? Corsairs? I can't remember what they get. Because they don't get Lancers anymore. Those just changed to the Bad Orders. I think Spain might get like only one Royal Guard currently. If I remember correctly. Yeah, no. Crazy. Yeah, the immigrant went with his Confederate wave, so he might be going Outlaws. He doesn't have Codizimo, though, so he's probably just doing that because he likes the age-up possibility. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because obviously with Brazil you can have like 4 Outlaws, so going Outlaws with Brazil is totally a viable option too, just so you know. Yeah. Also, Brazil gets a free agricultural wagon with their age-ups as well. It can turn into a mill or a plantation, just so you know. Obviously, if you're being super greedy and smart, always build a plantation with them. But yeah, no, you can totally get a mill with them too if you plan on using the building early for food. It's really your call. I just get the plantation because obviously if you build a plantation, not only do you get a more valuable building in terms of wood costs, when it's constructed, it will give you a higher XP bounty too when it's built. So yeah, the mill will give you like 80 bounty. Plantation will give you a bit more, so helps you to get your next shipment out a bit faster that way. That being said, since he does have a town hall, though, that means that he has out a Caudillo now. Does that mean that he's going to get Outlaws or not? I don't know. He looks to be setting up a fast fortress. Again, 700 coin and 700 wood is the next card. That's often a fast fortress, usually. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting situation though, either way. Yeah, totally. Let's check back in with Nathan though. So Nathan, he's getting a second PA building. I think he's gonna go aggro. He's got training grounds and he's got 2 PAs. Normally if you go fast fortress, you're supposed to like send this and try to get into Fortress Age through the South Island voyage, which is the cheaper, faster one. And then you can set up Port Kumus in H3. So that's telling me that he might be setting up a bit earlier now for this combat. Yeah. Okay, so he's going to start with Spearman. Okay, interesting. I would go Marksman myself against Brazil, usually. Because typically if you're Brazil, you're going to often start with Conscriptos or the Voluntario Patrias. Occasionally they go Mosquetero, but yeah, no, typically Conscripto and Voluntario Patria are going to be the preferred troops for Brazil. Yeah. But yeah, they do. Brazil also gets access to Pardos and Mosqueteros too, so yeah, they do get all the hand infantry. Basically, so yeah, you gotta be ready for all those possibilities. But I think, again, musket skirm with Brazil is usually the way to go. See, Nathan's getting this card now. It's one of the unique types of cards that the Polynesian civs get. You pay 2 shipments instead of 1, but you get a really strong card. This one gives you 6 vills and 800 wood. It says 700 wood there. No, it actually, the description says 700 wood. It's actually 800 wood. Because you get 1 huge cord of wood, which is 500, and then you get 3 tiny ones, which is 100 apiece. So yeah, it's basically like sending 700 wood and 5 villager shipment at the same time, plus a little bit of extra villager and wood on both sides of it. So really, really good, I would say. $100 XP. That should be a good treasure there for Brazil. Because while they are getting their shipping now, they'll definitely propel them towards their next one too. Maybe consider sending 700 food and getting Fortress Age right now. Maybe. Oh, he's going to get filibusters? You could do that too. Essentially, these are immigrant versions of the Hajuks. So they have some really good multipliers against muskets in particular. Yeah. And they're shipping in some fighters too. Yeah. He actually does have enough resources for a voyage, so I think he is probably doing that. Yeah, no. He basically just got a big army of spearmen with a couple of fighters mixed in, and while he's rushing with that, he's probably just going to go for like a Fortress Egypt. Oh, wait, no, he's getting a train grounds first, is that right? I would get the Egypt done now and then worry about that later, maybe. Where's his Explorer at? Does he have it still? Because you actually need the Maori Explorer to get an age up done to do the voyage. If he doesn't have his Explorer, then he literally can't age up. He gets, like, locked in to this age, unfortunately. Fighters should be here. They should be retreating, because now they're going to get grinded into the Mosqueteros now and the Conscriptos. This is like a blunder here for Nathan. Unless he's distracting him, thinking that's all he's got. If he's running psychological warfare doing that, that's pretty scary, man. Yeah, no. Making poor Sagawai think that's all his army is, trying to go for like a fast fortress or something. And then hit him on the side with spearmen. This is what happened to Codefender, remember? That game with Codefender? This is exactly what happened with Codefender. Brutal. Yeah, no, totally. If you remember correctly, that's exactly what happened with Codefender versus Nathan. Nathan basically snuck around with Spearman on the Iowa map and like sieged them out like crazy while, you know, basically Codefender started hesitating and thinking about what to do with his Janissaries, and he got completely swamped. We're seeing that again, folks, here with Brazil this time, with their TC directly under siege now. Each of these Spearmen has a siege of about 35, so they're pretty good for polearm standards. And they should be able to grind down that town center pretty easily. Yeah. Yeah, why is he farming up all these resources for? Is he like being sneaky or something? Or trolling? Like he could totally get an age up done now. If you, where's his explorer at? Does he still have the explorer or did he die? Oh no, he's getting a voyage now. He's getting it right here. I just saw that. Okay. The one to Fiji. So this one is a very expensive one, so that'll actually get him a shipment. And then he should be able to get this card here and maybe go to Industrial Age, which would be a really good power play. Yeah. Yeah, those spearmen are being pretty pesky, I can see. Yeah, no, totally. How's Sagwai's Eco doing? It's got like all food and nothing else. This is muy malo. You want to avoid this if you can. Try to avoid ending up in situations where you're floating one resource and you have none of the other ones, because then it makes defense like this really cumbersome. And you want to like try to dodge that if you possibly can. Yeah.
Oi.
Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Wait a second. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't send this tech. You send this. Padode Adzes that researches all 3 of the woodchopping techs for free. Why are you spending resources on woodchopping techs when you could just get this? Silly Willy. What are you doing, Silly Willy? That's a big mistake from a good player like you, too. How dare you research wood techs when you can just ship this instead and get all 3 of them for free? Go back to school, friend. Really need to go back to Escuela. Go back to the Universidad de Mari. He's getting Tau Spearman now. What is he getting the Tau Spearman for? Good, interesting choice. Basically, the Tau Spearmen have extra range, so they stab a bit farther compared to the Tehedawas that have splash attack. Because if you didn't know, you actually get to choose upgrade weapons for your Maori units. You get 2 possible paths. Like for the Spearmen, you get the Tau Spearmen. These guys, they have a longer range, or you can go with the Tehedawa Spearmen. They get like sort of a splash attack. Yeah, no, he's gonna do pretty good with these Tau Spearmen, basically. Yeah, should be quite nice. We don't usually see Tau Spearmen a lot. For some reason, they got rid of the advance card for the old Spearmen. There was the Taia Spearmen. So yeah, no. They're a bit weaker, I would say. You would always want to go to Tehedawa Spearmen, because at least they get like an upgrade card and the other one doesn't. Ten marksmen and 11 spearmen. Just round out his numbers, I think, before he goes for a serious push there. Yeah, basically. Now Nathan's getting that industrial age with the South Island, so he's gonna not get any rewards for this because it's like a super fast, cheap sort of copy of like of the Exiled Prince of Europe, but at least he'll get a quick age about that. Looks like Zagwai's actually shipped in the Zuevo Baianos. These are possible shipping you can get as Brazil. Basically, they're a assault unit with a range attack. Basically clones of the mounted infantry from Definitive Edition's House of Habsburg. So they basically are like a cav unit that does infantry multipliers at range. And unfortunately, you can't train these guys as Brazil, but you can ship them in a few times, like the Safahis. And they can definitely change up battles if you know how to do them well, I would say. Yeah, so they're quite useful. Our training grounds, right? Yep, getting more pop space here. Basically, if you haven't noticed yet, Maori don't use houses. These pod structures literally have all their population space, and you have to research text like this that shows like the family of people to get more pop space out of them, basically. Yeah, they're basically like little mini forts. They can also trickle food with certain texts. They can also train your infantry too. They can train spearmen. They're very flexible. Very helpful buildings. Because apparently, if they do end up doing more Polynesian civs, their culture bonus is sort of that every civ in their culture gets a unique town center. So for Maori, this is sort of their TC. The other ones like Rapa Nui and Hawaii and stuff are going to have their own unique town centers too, which is kind of cool. And I think they're going to have their own unique farms as well. For Maori, it's the Kumara fields. For another civ, they might get like an actual mill-like structure, and then somebody else, it'll be something totally different. Yeah. Brave Tau Spearman. Brave will essentially give them a ton of damage and a bit of HP, because just like the first batch of upgrades with Polynesians, the subsequent ones are also chosen by paths, right? You get two choices. You can get the Brave upgrades, which gives you more attack but a bit less hit points in a standard upgrade, or you go with the opposite one. It'll make them tankier and it'll give them a little bit less damage with the upgrade. So it's, instead of a 30-30 ratio when it comes to the upgrade, it's like 40-20 or 20-40. So it's a little bit off-putting, which leads to slightly better performance in some areas and weaker aspects in other areas. If you think that you're good with your troops and they're not going to die super quickly and you can be bold with them, definitely go with the Brave upgrades. If you have a bit of an issue keeping your units alive and stuff, maybe go with the other path so that they'll be a bit tankier and be able to like push ahead, yeah. know that I got a grocery delivery arriving to my place in like a minute or two. So yeah, let me bring that delivery in, and once it's in, then we can resume the casting. I feel like it would probably be smart for me just to bring that delivery in since it's literally right down the street coming to me before I start up the recordings. That way we can like start fresh and, see the match in full detail, because it is going to be Gilder versus Nathan, so this is a much more serious like matchup. It's going to be a lot more back and forth. They're going to be butting heads a lot more, The Saguai games are definitely more about learning and sort of Saguai learning. These two don't need to learn much. They already know the mod pretty well. So we're going to have a real treat with this one. And then after that, we got 2 games between Nathan and Sunju. And then 3 what looks to be Code Fender versus Varingo games too. So Varingo also sent some submissions as well, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, let me get my code on so I can grab that delivery, alright? Just got back from bringing that delivery in. Is everybody still here, right? Good. We still got people. Viva el Wol. That's right, Fufi. Viva el Wol. Exactly. Exactamente. Yeah, so here we go. Let me get this jacket off. I'm cooking. Cooking with this jacket on. Because I just ran around a bit. Had to bring in 3 cases of water. Had to bring in my other grocery stuff. And, yeah. Pretty much. For the Juanitos, I did get some tamales in there. So, bit of Juanito comida. But yeah, here we go. Gilder versus Nathan. A 1v1 on Jebel Musa. Isak Jebel Musa. So let's see. Obviously, Gilder is doing Brazil. I'm going to have to get my hand out of the sleeve so we can see what Nathan is playing as. So yeah, let's see what Nathan is playing as. Nathan is playing as Brazil. So it's a Brazil mirror? Really? Brazil mirror. I like this idea quite a bit. Because Brazil is a civ we don't see a lot of in War's Liberty. It's kind of a hard one to learn. Because again, having the whole mechanic of the Russians with the Block 3 villager training, plus having them cost gold instead of food, can be tough for people to macro. Because you have to put all these villas onto the silver mine, right? And still get enough food to age up. Yeah. I mean, honestly, they should literally just change the age up to gold, and I think that would make Brazil feel a little bit more intuitive in the early game. Unless you want them to have a funky build order like the Gujaras in AoE 2. That's your goal, then obviously just keep it the way it is. But if you want it to feel a little bit more sensible, I would suggest they change that basically, yeah. We got 8 fills on the gold, and then 3 more coming in. Awesome. What else we got there? So we got Nathan building a house. I think I've seen some Brazils in the past that just do a 10 villager age up too, similar to the French. Yeah. The one thing you gotta note though, if you want to do that, Brazil doesn't get any villager cards, very similar to the Russians, who have a very similar block training system for their villagers. So you won't be able to ship 3 vills on top of the 9. So just be forewarned that your macro is going to be a bit slow if you do that. Basically. Overall, though, this should be a good battle, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what they have up their sleeve. I know that Gilder loves to open up Voluntario Patria. And, well, actually, he uses a bit of everything. I've seen him go Mushatero, Pardo, Conscripto, and Voluntario all in the same game before. Plus, he knows how to implement artillery and escoltas as well, so I don't think Gilder's going to have a problem running his civ here, because Gilder is Brazilian, if you didn't know. So he knows his country very well in this mod. Ooh, the Saranistas card. Chips 1 Saranista plus 1 additional Saranista for each age up every time you send this card until you have at least 10 of them. Yeah, I don't know what the logic is of this card. I don't think this card works. Does this card work? I think this card is bugged. I think it works... Well, it chips 1, but it doesn't affect the ones that you get with the age up. It sets the tech thing a table for the ones you get for age up, but... I don't know. It's kind of tough. I mean, this is the one I used to send a lot, but, now I just send, I think, something else, I think, now. It can be good on maps with a lot of Treasure Guardians, because obviously each one of these explorers can use the Treasure Guardian kill ability. So it can stack up rather quickly and help you out, but if you're not running a ton of treasures on the map, then that card can kind of be a bit of a poop-poop. You might want something a bit more economical. Just saying. Just saying. So what are the age ups? So it looks like Gilder's gonna get Germans, and Nathan's gonna get the Germans as well. Jawohl, jawohl, jawohl, Angele, in the Kampf. Alright, so double Germans. German is often a very common play for a Brazil player. I don't know, I think it might be the starring crates why they do with it, because what they do is they give you some starring crates of food, and then they give you an outpost wagon. Probably the safest bet, considering most of your macro for the Bills is gold, and you still need that food for military. So I can kind of understand why German start is pretty preferred. Plus, once you get the German colony up, you can send the Batalha Diabo battalions that we saw in the first game today, those immigrant Ulans, and those can round out your army really good if you want to go barracks, because then you won't even have to build a stable for a while. You can just ship those in to act as sort of your scout unit. Be it a little bit weaker, but obviously a lot more damage. And they can, like, eat through things faster. Yeah, so this should be a good duel. Any outlaw potential here? Who is this? This is Nathan. Now this is fascinating, this one. Catechismo. This one actually allows you to train villagers cheaper and faster. This can be really useful for Brazil, by the way. Just so you know, that's actually really helpful. Ton of crates. This is a nice backup if you get raided. The artisanal can cards are obviously godsends here for defense. And since you have the potential again plant a plantation in age 2, you obviously should include cigar roller there. Plus age 3 eco 2. I usually like to get more eco though as Brazil, honestly. I'm a lot more greedy with them. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I like to give myself the possibility to get more eco. Like I'll run rum distillery in age 1. I'll have my my Grand Cocoa here to get more gold from the plantations. That's usually what I do when I play Brazil. Because Brazil is an agricultural civ too. And they're actually so much of an agricultural civ actually that they don't get hunting upgrades. Yeah. How convenient that this shows up. Yeah. Instead of like hunting dogs and like steel traps or cage traps or whatever. Brazil just gets the sickle and the plow to benefit their mill gather rates. So literally Brazil's hunting economy is a bit skewed, but their mill economy is one of the best ones in Latin America outside of Chile. Chile, I would say, probably has the best economy in Wars of Liberty, Latin America. But Brazil would probably be the second best, I would say. Just because of the fact that they get these market techs that benefit mill gather rate with sickle and plow. Because even if you decide to only run like Refridge and not even get the other mill related cards like Sustainable Agriculture, or no, the other one that Latin Americans get, and then yeah, even if you didn't get those, basically you would still have a better food gather rate thanks to these market techs, which is good. Yeah. If you get both of them together, you're like on fire, man. Yeah. Shipping in 2 artisanal cans again to barracks. Fair opening, I think. Just watch out for like the immigrant cavalry from Germans. That could raid you pretty badly. Gilder going for the walling here. This is a good map for walling, by the way, because basically you get these little ball necks here between these cliff faces. You can wall these off. You only need to like do about 4 of them too. You can do one here, do one here, do one here, and then do one over here, and you like turn this into like a little mini fortress. The fact that Gilder's doing an inner wall too, kind of similar to like Age of Empires 2 Arabia, where he's like doing a sort of a small wall around his base here. That's actually really cool. So that means he'll basically be able to guard against raids in this area, which is really good. It's really scary when you see people using Age of Empires 2 walling tactics in AoE 3. It shows you that they're really, really skilled in their RTS skills, basically. Yeah.
Qual a sua ordem?
Trying to check Gilder's deck for something. Oh yeah, this is the card that I was talking about that Gilder uses, which is really good. It's called the Golden Law. It exchanges African slave costs from gold to a higher amount of food, effectively changing it from the 210 gold training block of 3 slaves to one that costs 270 food, just like the actual vanilla Russia Civ does with their villagers. So you do have a choice of sticking with like the gold cost block system or going with the OG Russian one. And the Russian one has its clear advantages because then obviously you can get a mill, and it's actually helpful for you to get a mill, right? Because before, basically, when it was like a gold cost, you didn't have any options. You basically were forced to get a plantation, and Rico would be all messed up. If you go with Golden Law, you can effectively have a more normal eco, because now all the hunts actually matters, having a mill is good, and then the gold can just be used like you would with the Russians, just to make like muskets and stuff, instead of being like the primary resource that you're mining up, basically, which is a lot better. A lot better, basically, yeah. Gives you a lot more consistency that way. How's that wall? So he's got the wall half damage. Definitely having those artisanal cannons there makes the siege a lot easier. If he had to like go in with these spears and stuff, he would risk engaging with direct range combat with this, and he'd be in big trouble. But now he can kind of try to micro it away with these artisanal cannons and try to go boop boop, back up, boop boop, keep hitting it till the wall goes down. Going Conscripto with artisanal cannon can be a lot better, I think. Mainly because the Conscriptos are a much better backbone unit, they're a bit sturdier. And obviously, if Nathan were to switch into, say, Mushatero or Lancero, you have a real chance at surviving it. If you go Voluntarios, well, you do get the range advantage, and sometimes the multipliers can be better, and the Pierce armor and stuff. It'll fall apart to more serious things, because Voluntarios, really their best asset is their movement speed. Everything else is kind of gabosh, you know. Range of 14, worse than a crossbowman. Range attack is not that good either. HP is rubbish. It's really the movement speed at 5 that really makes the Voluntarios good, but that takes a lot of micro, and obviously if they're being surrounded or snared, that advantage goes out, you know. The Ventana, the window, yeah. Some German Batalha do Diabo Cav, that's the immigrant Uhlans. That will really, see, that's what I mean. Oh, Nathan has Spearman too. I didn't know they had Spearman too. I wasn't paying attention. Alright, so Spearman with Voluntarios is much better. But still, it's going to be harder, because then he has to maintain 2 control groups. One for the Spears, one for the Voluntarios, and he has to obviously micro this perfectly, or he could really mess it up. So, how does he micro this? So he gets the Spearmen into a safe spot to hit the Diabos. Since they are Yuan-like, that means they have low HP and high attack, so they can die quicker to these things. Some of them break through, though, and hit one of Nathan's cannons. Does it kill the cannon? Nope, but it damages it. Let's see if Gilder could try to roll these around and hit this one. Yes, yep, they're right there. Yep. Just needs one more hit. There we go. Alright, good. Alright, that's dead. Let's see if he rolls these down to hit this one, though. So now he's got the Conscriptos there with the cannons. Could he hit that one next? I think so. Oh, yep, he gets that one. There you go. Alright, that's gone. Yeah, so far, it looks like that's a win there for Gilder. Still has a cannon, has Conscriptos that survived. He's going to get another batch of Immigrant Crab to boot, so he has something to go after the Voluntarios with as well. Nathan, though, lost pretty much his whole army except for 3 Voluntarios, and he's gonna have to make some decisions, right? And I think his decision, his verdict, just go for a Fortress Age. Just go for a Fortress Age. Pick up his coin, right? His 600 coin there, and then basically just age up. Yeah. I mean, there's really no reason to stick around age 2 at this point if you can avoid. Like, obviously, you can keep making Voluntarios since they're pretty affordable. They're only 35 food, by the way. These are like rubbish skirmishers. They're really bad. They're kind of like on the level of like Unstoppable Stwetzies, basically, but a little bit speedier. So, yeah, in that sense, he can kind of just spam these out like crazy for now, while still setting up a Fortress Age. Because once you get the Fortress Age, things look a bit nicer for your army. You can play more into your stable. And the stable for Brazil is really where they get a lot of their strengths, because they get Royal Guard Escoltas, they can make the Lanceros and Units there like any other Lamciv, plus Cazador Matados, mounted skirmishers. They are like the actual competent skirmishers you can get because they have Cazador stats, which means they do more damage, plus they have more Pierce Armor too, 50% Pierce Armor. So they are actually pretty sturdy. Well, let's see what these Voluntarios, what they do. The Abos chase the Vills back into the TC and take some kills, further weakening Nathan's position. He's going to have to go for an age up now, be it a bit weaker because he lost the fight, but thankfully he still has hunts, still has berries if he needs it. He would have to like maybe push a bit up here to get this hunt, but at least he's got 1 slave securing it right now, so if he has to herd a bit he can. Which immigrant? Second German wave. Gilder. He mostly just decided to rebuild his group. He's got about 35 conscriptos. He still has a cannon, I believe, right? Does he still have a cannon, or was that killed? I don't know if he killed his cannon. No, he's got that as right in the front there, sort of like a scouting device there. So if something comes nearby, he'll wipe it out. The Abos connect with the Voluntarios and they will wipe these out. If they don't get wiped out by the Cav, then the Conscriptos will be able to catch up and shoot them through, because once a melee Cav hits you, it gets snared, slows down, make it easier for the infantry to catch up and blast them. Just like that. Infantry go down. No army left for Nathan. He's gonna pivot into stable now that he's got his Fortress Age secured. Stable's going to give him a lot better options. Cazador Montado is probably what he's thinking about. Could mix in a few of the Units to go into melee against these Cavs. And obviously kill this cannon too. And that would give Nathan a brief spike in power militarily to maybe push this back. Because obviously score-wise, you see Gilder's clearly like 30 points ahead. He's in a much better spot. A much better spot in that regard. So yeah, he's absolutely doing a good job here with that. So here comes the agriculture wagon. Obviously another plantation, I think. I don't think he's getting a mill with this. He's gonna go for the bigger menu item, I think. That's what I would do. Yep, there's Cazador Matados. Can he use these barracks? Unless he wants to get some filler with the Voluntarios, I don't think he's gonna get much application out of those, but we'll see. Really depends, I think. Yeah, 100%. It's not going to be easy, but we'll see if he ends up doing that or not. Yeah. Alright, some more. He's shipping in 7 Cazador Matados, and he's going to probably train more here. Yeah. Something cool about mounted skirmishers in this game, they're actually usually a 1-pop unit, and scaled to be a 1-pop unit, so they're actually not that heavy against your pop space at all. Yeah, and look at the damage output, 20 damage, plus they have 50% Pierce Armor, 126 HP. Yeah, no, I mean, mounted skirms are awesome. Plus, he got 2 more stables. So he got 3 stable Cazador Montaos. What a way to turn this match around, because now I think Gilder's in trouble. He's got unupgraded conscripts against Cazador Montados. You got a big problem, Houston. You gotta come up with something. Like, does he have crates? Oh, he's in Fortress Age. Okay, so he's in Fortress Age. Now, what do you do now? Because he's just got his wagon there. He's probably gonna get he's gonna get another mill, so he's gonna focus on food, which, okay. I think he's gonna realize real quick once the Cazadors make contact that he's got a problem. Best he can do is run these Diablos at him and try to hold him back. Frankly, if you want to keep going Conscripto and you want to keep this mass alive, you're gonna have to add in Lanceros probably. Like a massive Lanceros, because Lanceros is sort of the golden dagger to kill these. Because Lanceros do hack damage, which obviously overrides their Pierce armor. Plus the multipliers against the skirmish tag would effectively, I think, take him out on like 2 hits, I believe. Especially if you get the vet upgrade. Okay, Gilder's shipping in some Cazador Montaos himself, so he is going to have a bit of resistance here. He's not going in fully blind. If he does have to take a fight here. That being said, what I think will happen is if Gilder knows what he's doing, he'll have the Cazadors there ready to go. He'll probably have a bit of a skirmish and maybe lose them to this bigger mass. But he'll have a chance to retreat with his Conscriptos. Update his battle plans a bit. And maybe do something with that. Because he has 1,000 wood. He has 1,000 wood. So if he wants to like get multiple stables out and get the vet upgrade on the Lanceros, you can totally do that. I think that's probably where you want to go. Plus get some houses out so you can actually house them too. Okay, so now he knows that he's in trouble because now he sees the Cazador Montaos and he's getting out dodge. He has to get out. He has to pull back and hope he can hold the line. He has a stable, so he's gonna do Cazador Montao. He's gonna go tit for tat. Tit for tat, as they say. Mounted skirm versus mounted skirm. So let's see if that ends up happening or not. Yeah, basically. Alright, so far it looks like Nathan hasn't gone for the jugular just yet. Mainly because he knows that Gilder has his own Cazador Montaos now. These are actually... Gilder's actually running a bigger mass over here. Yeah, so what happened? What happened, dude? I thought Nathan was holding the lead for a while there, and then he fumbled his army. Yeesh. He's got more of them coming, though, so it's not over yet. It's not over yet. Because frankly, what you can do is now, if you're Nathan, now you can get Lanceros. You can mix in Lanceros with the Cazador Montaos. Use the Lanceros to chase away the Cazadors and then mow down his Conscriptos. That is probably what you want to do here, honestly. So yeah, totally.
Oi, e-mail.
Posso ordem?
House there. He's also getting some dismounted skirms too, the Broomers. This is another immigrant you can get from the German colony too, the Broomers. The Broomers are if I remember correctly, they're actually a very tanky skirmisher in terms of pierce armor. Is that right? No, their armor's actually gabosh, but they do have a lot of HP. 253 HP. That's actually really good hit points. It's actually, yeah, no, that's more hit points than the mounted skirmishers. That's pretty disturbing, you know. That's a pretty big thing of HP there. Plus their range attack is pretty decent. They are missing about 2 range, though. I think they're basically mercenary Gurkhas, they're immigrant Gurkhas, yeah. So that's why they're 18 range. They're based off of the Gurkha stats. Unless they're based off of the Wakina rifles or something, too. I don't know. It's tough to say sometimes, yeah. Totally. More Cazador Montados, though, for Nathan. He's just going to keep stacking and stacking and stacking. I can smell food cooking downstairs, making me tengo muy hambre. Ugh. Luckily I got my guacamole here because I had to make room for the stuff that just came in, so I can have some of that too while we watch the match. Open up the bag right now with ASMR. bag ASMR. Which one is this? This is the skirmisher one, I'm assuming, right? Skirmisher combat? Yeah, because see, there's 2 sets of combat cards for Brazil. You get the skirmisher ones and the old empire ones. The old empire are basically for the conscriptos and the pardos. The skirmisher combat, volunteers, and cazador montados. So yeah, that should help out Nathan's force of skirms quite a bit. He's stacking a lot of these skirms. Way more than Gilder is. I don't know what Gilder's planning. What is Gilder doing? So he's getting more Cazador Montados, but yeah. Nathan's score just exceeded Gilder's, I think mainly because of the... Yeah, Nathan's score has definitely gone up because of his army size. Now let's look at the resources too. I think technically Gilder has the more stable economy because he got Golden Law, but he's going to have to make that work in his favor though. He got the Engino. Yeah, the Engino basically it's like a big giant farm that can have like 20 to 30 something villages on there. And you can have it gather food, wood, or gold. So if you run out of wood on the map, you can even get wood out of that farm too. It's basically a big sugarcane farm, because look at the little sugar cubes there. That's sugar cubes, and then these are the sugar canes right there. It's pretty fun, actually. It's cool they add new plants to the game all the time. Series Fonda would love the new plants very, very much. Yeah. Heard Bibu might be doing a small break, by the way, on her Twitter thing. I'm like, really? Unstoppable Stiletsy having to hold the fort down again with more 8 to 12 hour streams, maybe? Yeah, pretty much. Unstoppable Stiletssy's job is never done. Unstoppable Stiletsy will always jump in if Bibu's doing a vacation, just so the Pebbles can always watch something. Not that they do. I mean, wouldn't it be something if a million Bibu subs came onto the Streletsy channel to, you know, basically watch my content? But that would be pretty awesome. But yeah, I'll give I'll give the Pebbles an option to watch my casting and gameplay. Got a lot of plans, you know. I got Pac-Man Repack 1 that I still have to do. I gotta do the AOE2D campaign. Obviously, got to plan my tournament out. Hopefully, get people to keep signing up for that so we can do it. Oh, so you just picked up Veteran on the conscript, by the way, too. I'd point that out. We even got that Monkey Ball game, too, I want to do at some point that I challenged Bibu to do blindfolded. That'd be pretty nice as well. Yeah. I'm just trying to see her. Okay, so he's getting plow. This is the second market mill thing there that I was talking about before. That's going to make Nathan's food economy pretty good. I guess in a way, this means if Nathan can pivot onto more mills, it will give him a stronger food eco, because now he doesn't have to spend food on bills, and thus he can stack more food, right? So it could come back to help him, you know. It obviously makes the early game more of a rocky road, keeping the slave trades on gold. But in later game, once you get a ton of gold for plantation eco, I think you end up saving more food that you can go into cavalry with. Right now, obviously, this is a tough fight for Gilder. I don't think he can take it just yet. See, he needs to make a pivot into Lanceros, but I don't know if he can do that right now. And he's gonna have to make some good use of his Conscripto mass there, otherwise... See, he is pivoting into Lanceros, but he's doing so at a pretty slow rate. He is gonna... It will make a difference. Oh my god, he doesn't even have the very... Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at those multipliers. Not even veteran yet. He's taking out his left flank. Oh wow. That's really good. I didn't expect it to go that good so quick. Alright, now things have turned, you know. So now he can front himself with Lanceros there. But watch out, watch out. Nathan's going to ship in the Argentine Brigade. This is going to ship in Horse Grenadiers from Argentina. It's part of the War of the Triple Lines cards. Yeah. These guys are basically another scout unit. No skirmisher multipliers like the Lanceros, though. They're more like a Hussar. But what makes them special is, just as the name implies, grenade. They throw grenades as a charge attack. They'll throw a bomb. Obviously, guts infantry, and then they pull their sword out and start slashing away for like 60 seconds, and then they throw another bomb. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. They could totally help with the Conscripto mass, I think, if he runs it correctly. He can, like, get the grenade toss into these dudes and then, like, start hacking through his Montados then. But watch out. Now Gilder gets a secondary stable for the Lanceros. He also is getting the Varan upgrade, too, on the Lanceros, so he's got those fully upgraded as well. Let's go back to Nathan, and Nathan's getting his Skultas. That's another option. That's actually a decent option. Because late game skirms have a mouse against assault, so that could actually help out quite a bit. Plus the multipliers for the Skultas will be pretty good for cutting through the Conscriptos because of the heavy infantry multipliers, so that's actually a fairly good strategy. I like it. Very, very good. Gilder, you just got your Conscriptos cooked by... It's not fatal, but I would have preferred if you saved them for a better use. Just saying. Just saying. Because what's going to matter is this comp here. These guys and these guys put together. Yeah. He's getting his Ingeno now, too. By the way. I don't think Gilder knows about the Escolta mass, though. Did he catch those? Because if he did, he knows he's going to have to go Unets now. I think Nathan did a good job at hiding those, so he's not going to be able to respond to maneuver the way he wants. So yeah, basically.
Vem tiro.
Bereit.
Estou pronto. Estou pronto. Qual é a sua ordem? ordem. Deve onde? Sentido.
Oh. I was eating some of that guacamole. Oh, what a good fight this was. All sorts of different stuff, you know, it's the Skultas, now Gilder's pivoting into full Lancero to gut the skirms. I'm assuming Nathan's getting the Skultas. Yeah, he's gonna try to ram him with an army of Skultas to beat the Lanceros. Because by nature, Skultas will always beat Lanceros as long as they have the proper numbers. Because the Skultas, an assault unit, they have hand armor. So they can actually tank these scout units. Plus, assault units on average have more hit points than scout units do for Cav. So yeah, kind of de facto assault units will beat scout ones, but they have to have the right numbers though. Scout units can sometimes overwhelm assault if there's not enough of them. So you still gotta be a little bit careful with it, I would say. Yeah, totally. A little bit of sweet dot is needed, yeah. Good game there. Looks like, who won that one? I'm assuming it's going to be Nathan. Because look at that, Skulta mass. Yeah. And I don't see Gilder making enough Lanceros to be an army of Skultas like that. So it looks like, well, plus I just noticed that, Nathan is an Industrial Age too. So he was not too far away from getting the Guardia de Honra Royal Guard on these Escoltas, which would have made them cheaper, since Royal Guards for Ladamsives focus on cheaper units instead of stronger ones. Yeah. Really cool. Now we're going to look at a set of 2 more record games that I got here. Let's see what they are. I think it's Nathan versus... I'm trying to find what this guy's name is here. Let me find his name, his nombre. His nombre is Senju. Senju. Can't remember if Senju's a good player or not. Let's see. Let's check Senju. Nathan versus Senju. Let me confirm what the record name is called. Senju. So Senju's first. Alright, let's do that then. This and then the next one. XTVG Sunjukes. Never heard this dude before. He's playing Dutch though. And Nathan is playing Maori. Maori versus Dutch. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty cool. So, one thing you'll notice right away with Dutch, these little ringy thingies around the bills. You see these like little thingies, brown, yellow, and red? That's tells you what you're supposed to do with those villagers. So these villagers here, the Indonesian ones, they're better with wood chopping. So they're brown. You got the brown circle around them to tell you to put them on wood. These villagers here are good with coin, hence the yellow circle to tell you to put them on either a mine or a plantation. And then the other villagers, let me see. These ones, the settlers, they have a red thing around them, which tells you to put them on food. And when you put them on the preferred resource, the gather rate is 30% stronger on it. So, if you optimize your economy onto the right stuff, you get a really good boomish economy. It's really cool. Yeah. And I don't remember if these proto units start out with the base gather rate like that, because if that's the case, then their upgrades are even crazier. Yeah. But I'll tell you the catch-22 though. This Dutch Civ in Wars of Liberty no longer gets banks. So no more banks, just really good optimized specialist villagers. And they cost the resource that they're good at too. So these villagers cost wood because they gather good with wood. These ones cost a bit of extra food because they're a bit more valuable than a standard settler. And these ones cost gold. Yeah. And they gather at a normal rate on everything else too. So it's not really like they're the immigrant workers for the Latam Civs where they just do really bad on everything besides their special skill. These vills will work just fine on any hunt or anything that you put them on. It's just if you want them to really reap in a good score for you, you best put them on the thing that they're good at. Basically, yeah, no. That's really what you need to be doing there to get the most out of them. Otherwise, you know, the score might fall a bit apart for you. Otherwise, yeah, totally. Yeah.
Oké.
Keite Heideol.
Dalam Gusti.
Klaar.
Commando?
Commando. Oké.
Ik ben gewond. Ik kan me niet bewegen.
Ja. Hallo?
Just had another little nibble. Now this is very interesting. This is very interesting. So I thought at first his macro was a little sus. I was like, does he really know how to play? But now I get what he's doing. This is actually really, really cool. Instead of playing standard, this fella here, Sanjuk, what he's doing is he's playing off of this card here, the Schuterlich Mobile, which lets you train flankers from the towers. That's the card I always talk about that also improves the flankers' movement speed to make them faster than Ashigaru muskets, right? He is basically going for this new build to be able to spam them out of towers. So he doesn't even need a barracks. He can build this huge fortress of like flanker production, protected by like 4 towers, and then he can ship this again afterwards to get 6 towers here. This is like really cool. And then he walls up his base too, so Nathan can't just go around it and kill his economy. This is really good. I like this. This is like, this guy is smart. This guy is good. This XTVG Sunjuks fella, he knows what he's doing. He is actually really calculated with this strategy. Yeah. He's running a really good build against Maori. Yeah, because I don't think Nathan's... Well, he sees the towers now because he's obviously going by with the Wara Buffalo, but what he's doing is he's going to get Spearman to try to siege this thing down. Now, the thing I hope is that Sunjuks will be able to get Mobile one time, so that he can actually, you know, fight the Spearman, because if he doesn't, then the build will fall apart. But if he holds the line good, then it's going to be legendary.
Ja, Hauthacker.
Klaar. Houthakker.
So he's going to go for the throat of the TC. Yep. But this is the thing, though. Even if you get the TC done, he's got a fortress of towers here, and then he can get 2 more of them too and fortify this position really well. Yeah. This is a really wacky build that Sudrich is running. I like it though. Plus, alright, so he's calling out the mid-man. He's going to stall for as long as he can. As many kills that he can here with the spearmen. Alright. That's cool. He also garrisoned some vills in the TC2 to get some extra casualties out. Which I think is great. Nathan is choosing to go after the Minutemen though, which I find interesting. Yeah. Because now this guy can actually try and flankwars out of his towers. Which is really good. It's going to help him out quite a bit here, actually. Yeah, no, totally. Oh, and he's killing a lot of the spearmen, too. Alright, so yeah, see, this is the build. Just spam flankwars from your towers. And then basically have it so that Nathan can attack the forward base because it's literally all towers. This is a really risky but potentially rewarding build by Sudrich. Really good.
Claire Timmerman. Ja.
Ik ga. Oké. Ja. Klaar. Ja, commando. Ja, ik ga aanvallen. Klaar.
Because now, basically, he can spam a huge, massive flankwars, and the spearmen won't be able to fight him. Yeah. We'll have to get a big army of marksmen to fight him. Yeah. Plus, he has all his crate cards still, so he can get this in. He can get 5 more villagers in, too. And obviously, he can chop enough wood eventually to get another TC again as well. So this is actually a pretty decent tactic here. Now, what does he get next? Does he get more towers? What does he do? Because he's got options. He could get multiple things right now, probably. Alright, he's charging him with the spearmen. The flankwars should be able to handle this, though, just fine. Because flankwars are really a hybrid between muskets and early skirms. Because they get the bayonet of the musket, but they also get the range attack of the crossbowman, too. To the point that they have multipliers against dragoons and an increased range of about 16. Which is the same as a crossbowman, basically. So yeah, really, really good stuff here. He's gonna get barracks. He's gonna get house. I don't know why you get in the barracks though. That's kind of sus. Like, don't just get another TC. Like, you don't really need a barracks if you already got 4 towers to make flankwars. Because the only other thing you can get out of the barracks in this age is grenadiers, and I don't think you're gonna want to mix that with flankwar. I think you're just going to want to go raw flankwar and just start wiping stuff out. And the only thing I'm worried about is these PAs. Because these things are like little forts, basically. They actually are weaker than a town center, but still. They can be very protective since they're close to each other. So you got to be really careful with those. Also, he's picking up Fortress Agent out too. Going to Tasmania. He's going to get some veteran bush rangers with that. Plus, he'll probably pick up Porokumu, Tapara, and all that stuff, so, yeah. It's potentially risky here, honestly. He's getting some houses in the back. Alright. Plus he's shipping in 5 of the Javanese, Indonesian workers, too. Yeah, basically. You should be able to wipe those villas out quickly. Yep, just like that. Attacking his temple there. Insane stuff. Crazy stuff. Getting a market. Okay, I think he died with doing that. Because now he's lost all of his, like, momentum with military in front of these structures. And now Nathan's gonna build another pod that's even further out. And now he's got, like, a full defensible base position that he can start growing from. He can likely pick up his Tehedua upgrade right away. He can likely ship in some marksmen as well. Get those up to Purakum or Tapara, depending on his preference, and then run in there and just rip through those towers. Yeah. Yep, Tehedua Spearman is researched. That means that these Spearmen now have splash attack, which is pretty good. Yeah. Also, he's getting a TC up finally, too. Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of in a tough place right now. I liked the build, but I don't think he executed very good. He should have been a lot more quick about it and stuff, and I think he kind of just fumbled the ball pretty badly there. At least I think so. I could be wrong. I could be a little critical, and maybe this build is a little bit, I don't know. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've never seen anyone run this type of build before, so I can't say if it was good or not. I think I would prefer it on a map that has like a bottleneck, like the Swiss Alps map from the Napoleonic era, or the Ridge one, where it's like two areas divided by a bottleneck. I think in that sense it would be a good option, but yeah, I think you just gotta pick and choose what map to do it on, and you have to do it with precision. Because the idea of having 4 outposts, being able to train flankers as Sudrij Mobile is a great idea. And it's actually what that card probably want people to think about. It's just that the way he executed it and the build order is probably a little messed up. Because honestly, what you probably want to do is you probably want to get the Governor General, right? Or in this case, the Statesman. I think Dutch gets the Statesman, right? And then you basically just not get a barracks, just get Sudrij Mobile right away and start pumping things out. Yeah, that's actually a really cool idea I've never thought of before, because then you can kind of just train flankers from the get-go once that card's done and not even have to worry about investing into Sudrij because it's already done. Okay, so yeah, I might try something like that, I don't know, this week, next week, whenever I decide to play with people, whenever anybody wants to match up with me. I could try that idea. It's a really good idea. Alright, let's see the second game. Is he gonna run this Dutch build again, or is he gonna try something a little bit different? Yeah, let's try it out. Let's see what we got here. Should be very, very interesting. Yeah, totally. Game number 2. Let's do it. Might eat some more of this guacamole here during the first phase of the game until I really see what he's doing. I'll introduce the civs and work with it. Okay, so he's going Chinese now. Kind of a vanilla civ, but whatever. Nathan's going Uruguay, which is a really strong pick because Uruguay is basically the de facto immigrant unit civ of LATAM. Basically, with Uruguay, they're the only LATAM civ that can train immigrant units with actual resources instead of... Because basically, the way immigrant units usually work is you train them from their given colony as a shipment, right? Like a card. With Uruguay, you have the alternative option of actually training them from your military buildings for resources. So, you can pretty much replace your whole military with immigrant stuff if you want to. And that's often what you should do. Right? Combining with outlaws, you can often avoid making generic military altogether. If you know what you're doing. Now, there's times when you're going to want Lanceros or Escopeteros or something, or Siege. But if you know your stuff, you can often avoid it with Uruguay. Also, you get these good villas, the Pequeños. They actually get their own housing space, so you don't even have to build houses in the first stage. It's part of the build order. Which, people that don't understand, population concepts might like Uruguay a bit for that. Pretty much, yep. Another thing, too, about Uruguay. They have so many combinations of immigrants that they can get because if you reject an immigrant age-up option in the age that it appears in, you get swapped with something else the next age. Until you walk into it, and then, obviously, that slot will stay that way for the rest of the game. It's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, no, totally. Because you can get, up to 9 different immigrant colonies possible playing as Uruguay through the course of the game, which is really good. Whereas most civs at most can usually get, 4 if you're like Colombia or Brazil. So, a lot of variety with Uruguay in terms of potential builds. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do with China, though. Let me, look at his deck. Do we know what he's got planned here? Stack deck, and... This is a wacky one. So he's got the thing where the... Jungs train faster and villages shoot when garrison. Okay. Yeah, because China in Wars Libya gets this cool unique unit called the Jung, which is sort of like a Minuteman type thing that you can train out of the villages. Pretty cool. Alright, so what is he going to get? He's going to get... Okay, so he's going for a village-based builder, which is actually really good, because in Wars of Liberty, villages, when you age up, give you a free villager. So... They literally took the migration or the refugee cards from the vanilla game and they got rid of them and baked it into the Chinese civ itself. So that should be pretty good, actually. Yeah, I think so. This is, by the way, the card you should usually send as Uruguay first. It's called Baltissimo. It's basically the same as Sumptuary Laws for the Asians, except since Latin America doesn't get export. The trickles on the other stuff happens to be a little bit larger and thus a little bit more viable for you. So, it's always a good thing to start with. Plus, he's getting hunting dogs too, so his food rate should be in fairly good shape. Yeah.
Patrón.
Escucho.
备就绪。是的，请下命令。是的。准备就绪。请下命令。
Preparado.
大限将至，轮回之期不久矣。
¿Qué me ordena?
¿Qué más? ¿Qué quiere?
I saw what he was doing. He was trying to go for extra villages in Age 1 to try to get extra free villagers through the bonus in Made Youngs. But unfortunately, that build is a little bit too wacky, I think. Yep, I don't think that build really works too well. Yeah, not really. I get the idea of it, though, but still, a little bit sus. That's all I'm going to say to that one. Got 3 more records to do. I think they're all going to be Varingo versus Codefender. Yeah. So, if you like Varingo and Codefender, these ones will really toot your horn, as they say. Also, did you see the cards that they're going to add to Wars Liberty Middle East, the new Middle Eastern Civ Egypt in Wars Liberty? Egypt's growing in the mod, but they're going to become a Middle East Civ now and be totally different. I saw those military cards. They look pretty good. Pretty solid. Yeah, totally. Because what do we see here? I see Midfas, Zams, Zemabeeks, Mortars. I see the Falis. I see Jamals. I see the 2 new cav units that they get. I see their Skirmisher. They got their Felahin. They got the Camel Corps. Oh yeah, no. They got a pretty hefty roster there. I like it. I like it quite a bit. They get a lot of cav. Use. A lot of mount stuff. But they also have some infantry too. They got the Felahin and the Skirmisher. Plus the artillery stuff. Looks pretty good actually. No. I see they get combat cards for Jamal's and the Camel Corps, and then they got one it looks like it's probably for the Cavalry. Yeah. I'm assuming, yeah. Very, very nice. We'll make Egypt a really fun Cav Civ then. I look forward to using, yeah. So what are these recordings called? I'm trying to find the one that Varingo did there. Somebody's pinging for Walero matches. Yeah, I think Cyber Ranger's gonna fight him, I guess. Sounds good. I want to do the rest of these recordings now, too, since we got so few left. Maybe by the time we get done, we can do HVV Chaos or something. Maybe. Peru versus Paraguay. We actually got 3 recordings of that name. This is like the 3rd one. Let's look at this new one now. Peru versus Paraguay. This one. Let's try it out. Let's see how good it is. Should be a good battle, because Ringo battles are pretty awesome. Pretty good. Pretty awesome. So I don't think we're going to be missing much here. Honestly. Yeah, no. Totally, this should be pretty fun. So here we go. We got Valingo as Palu. And we got Codefender as Paraguay. So yeah. Yeah, Codefender's trying to learn Paraguay now, and he's getting pretty good at it. So yeah, this should be a good duel. I mean, honestly, if you run Paraguay right, I believe that typically Paraguay should just completely eat Peru up for Desayuno, Almuerzo, and Cinar. You know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But yeah, we'll have to see. Will be a fascinating one either way. That's a lot of gold. Is he setting up for an early food works, I'm assuming? Unless he's getting hunting dogs. Trying to figure it out. He's got some on hunt. He's got the master engineer on the wood, and then he's got all these villas on gold. Or I should say silver. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. And then he switches onto a hunt. Oh, he's going for hunting dogs. Alright. See, when I go into a mine as Paraguay, that's literally so I can get food works. I don't care so much for hunting dogs. I'd rather just get like a full food works and really make it add up. Yep, shipping in the Foodworks. That's the one I recommend for Paraguay. You should try to go Foodworks. Because here's the thing. The more Foodworks you get, the faster you're going to age up, right? And what's one of the biggest things that destroys Paraguay? Not aging up fast enough again, like Hard Rush in the early phase where they're kind of vulnerable and stuff. So anything you can do to speed up your age up time with Paraguay is paramount. And the best way of doing that is the Foodworks, because then what you can do is you can build the Foodworks side by side. And then you can have this Explorer here be right next to it, basically, to help them trickle faster. Because this guy, I think he's called the Surveyor. And what he does is he basically has an aura when he stands nearby a works building that'll actually trickle more resources. So there is more of a reason to him than just being an explorer. He's actually an economic unit meant to like boost up your factory rates. So try to keep this explorer around as long as you can in your base, just so you can get maximum trickles. And the good news is since he's more of an economic unit, he doesn't even have a military tag, which means he can basically avoid, being called up with the rest of your military when you send up formations and stuff, which is really good. Because he won't accidentally leave the works behind and ruin your economy. He'll actually do what you want him to, which is stay there and get those trickle rates up like crazy. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Whereas Reningo playing as Palu, he's mostly just hunting for food. He's going to get a livestock pen now for the sheepies. And I think he might go Chinese, right? Or Irish. Oh, okay, Irish. I was going to say, is he going to go with Chinese? Chinese to Fahana? Because Chinese will give you goats, too. So you can combine the sheep with the goats and get even more food. Fattening up at that pen. Which would be really, really good. Yeah. Irish Wave is pretty good because they'll give you access to the Zamaritos, which is sort of like an immigrant green jacket, so like a slightly shorter range skirmisher that specializes against dragoons instead of muskets. At least that's what the old stats were, so that's what they're based on right now. I don't know if they'll rework the Zamarito to be like the new green jacket or not, basically. Would be interesting if they did do that, honestly. Oh god, I need another agua. I need another one. Let me get that real quick while these guys sort of set up. Also, is Ringo going for a fast fortress? Yes, he is. Yes, he's picking up coin now. He's not trading anything. He's definitely going for a fast fortress. Whereas Codefender's going to go for a full push with double barracks, double stable Paraguay. Yeah. He's already going to be getting free Akayobatais and Peterais from these structures right now. So, he's already getting a bit of a mass, and then he'll be able to decide what to get next. Like, will he want to get Pardos, Escobateros? One of those, basically the Pardos being the Spearmen, and then the Escobateros being the Skirmish. We'll have to see which one he ends up getting here. Alright, so this is actually something we don't see a lot of in these matches. So what Varengo's doing is he's building landmines using his Explorer. These landmines, once a unit walks over them, will die instantly and get killed off. He is really turtling good here. Now, will Codefender know that he's setting up landmines? You can tell if it's a landmine if you see like these little patches. Basically, does Codefender get to see the patches? Well, yeah, I think he can see them. He knows to avoid them. If he has enough experience, he'll know to avoid those. Basically, yeah. Does he see what he's... No, he doesn't see it, so he's gonna be completely blind to this stuff. Oh, he's gonna lose a big portion of his army to this stuff, man. Not gonna be good at all, son. Not at all. Look at that. Wow. Look at all the troop he lost there. That's insane. He's going to retreat now. He's like, get me out of here. Yeah, we don't see people use landmines a lot. But when it's used, it's usually very insane. Because now, Code Thunder like lost with like half his army. It's like huge. Because now what Ringo can do is he can now like ship in like immigrant units. Yeah, he's gonna send in the Cala Pintadas, basically Chinese rebel cavalry, to go in and wipe up these Escobateros. He's walking over all the landmines. He's losing everything. And Ringo's leading him right into the landmines. This is like evil, man. He's like cooking him. Because now he's going to go after his explorer now, so he can't make more landmines. No, kill that explorer. If you don't kill that explorer, he's going to make more landmines. He's going to keep doing it. You got to get rid of him. If you don't, it's going to be a constant problem for you. It's going to be a huge headache. He's going to get more landmines again. Oh, man. He's like playing like Zaus could in Star Wars Battlefront 2 with boss mines. Gosh. He's pulling a Zaus Kun on him. That's why I don't know why Zaus never played Wars of Liberty, even though he's part of the Steam group. It's like, dude, you got your build with this landmine stuff right here. Crazy. You don't see people use the landmines every day, but when we see them, they're like comedic gold. Yeah, these landmines are something else. Because look, he's setting them up over here. He's going to put them on the periphery now. He's already setting up again. So all Ringo needs to do now is like get a solid army. Because what he'll do is he'll fight him, he'll pull back, have him run over the landmines, wipe him out, and then he can like push on his enemy next. Yeah. Don't build until you get your landmines done, son, because you need those things to be able to like surround your base and stuff. Yeah. Now I understand why Ringo put a bomb emote next to the recording file in the Discord server. I thought he was talking about grenadiers or something. I didn't know he was going landmines. Yeah, I have dealt with Ringo's landmines as a Civ before, so this is nothing new from him. This is typical of Ringo behavior at its finest. That's all I can say, pretty much. And they can build another layer of landmines there too. Yep. This is quite an entertaining showcase here of landmines, by the way. Yeah, and the interesting thing is because Latin Americans don't have access to the spy unit, they normally can't get landmines, but Peru can get them through this special card here. I'm going to show you what that card is, just so you can get it too. It's this one. The Pulverazo. It allows your explorer to like build landmines. It also improves his stats by 50% as well. So it's basically another explorer upgrade card that also turns him into basically a terrorist. A Peruvian terrorist boy, basically. Yeah. Ugh. Plus he's got the Guanera up too. This is a naval factory that can trickle food, wood, or coin. Plus they auto-produce these turret ships as well, which of these heavy siege boats it'll be able to run up here and destroy Codefender's fishing fleet with, too. Alright, so he's going to come in for another push again, and then Vringo's going to, you know, do something. He's also building a heavy boat here, too. So he's preparing stuff. Yeah. Yeah, see, he's... does he know that what he's getting himself into? Wee. Who resigned? Was it Codefender or was it... Who was it? Who resigned? I think Codefender resigned because he was probably freaking out over that stuff. I would too. Seeing my units begin blowing up out of thin air like that. God. Oh man. Pretty scary stuff. Tell me about. I don't know, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Yep, yep, yep. I don't know. Oh god, that was so funny. That was hilarious. Like, we need that. We need that every now and then, somebody to do something with landmines. That was... Now, I wonder what the R games are going to be like now, between Codefender and Vringo. Is it going to be that sort of antic again, or are we getting something totally different? Let's find out. Let's find out. What are these recordings called again? Let me search it up. Code vs. Theater 1 and Code vs. Theater 2. Let's do it. This is the first one, then there's another one after this, and then we're done with all the recordings for the night. We can then probably either do some AoE3 gameplay, or we can start early on HVV Chaos then. Yeah. So Codefinder's playing India, and then Varingo's playing Peru. Okay, India versus Peru. Huh. Did I just say that or am I repeating myself? I don't know at this point. Am I still living? I think so. Yeah, you never know sometimes. Now, this matchup, I think India can generally do alright in it. If you're like India, I would say probably get an aggro forward like right here and just like forward push India, Peru. Go for the semi-FF towards Mahouts, and then Peru is like, I know what to do when he's going. Just like that, yeah. He has the landmine card again, so maybe he'll run this. Maybe he'll run the landmines again. Could happen. He could, like, fortify it around his TC, so if he runs into elephants again, he can send the elephants flying in the air as fast as Dumbo with his ears. Literally a possibility there. We'll have to see. First Irish wave, it looks like. Aggro 4 coming up for India. This one's a pretty defensive one, though. Yeah, it's keeping it right around his TC, it looks like, yeah. Shipping in 600 wood. He's gonna ship in Rajputs. What are you getting Rajputs for? Like, who ships in Rajputs is India. It's like so weird, man. Rajput shipping is India's like super weird. I used to do that a lot, but now I'm like, you know, after playing standard India for so long in the 5th edition, it's like, dude, you don't want to ship Rajputs. Get Sepoys or Sawars and then Tiger Claws, but don't get Rajputs. You could also do Chakrams in Wars of Liberty because they get the infantry multiplier instead of the heavy infantry one, so they end up becoming much more valuable. Yeah, Chakram, Tiger Claw, Sepoy, Sawar are fine for H2 military, but don't go Rajput, as it'll be a bit underwhelming for you. He's picking up the landmine card now. He's getting the landmines. Watch out. Watch out for the landmines. He's gonna stick it around his base so he can, like, rush and stuff, and then retreat them into the landmines, and then it'll, like, take some huge casualties. That's what he's hoping for. He's gonna lure Code Fender into a trap with those landmines. It's gonna be pretty insane, actually. Pretty insane. Insane in the membrane type stuff. Yeah, no, totally. It's gonna be really insane stuff, I think. But we'll be the judge. He is going Mushotaros as well, so he is setting up for speedy units. Should be pretty nice, yeah. Has he set up landmines? I don't think he has. I don't think he's set up landmines yet. Yeah, this is a lot of Rajputs he's got here, man. It's a lot of Rajputs, dude. That's gonna siege very quickly. Because Rajputs have a siege of like 25. So yeah, he'll be able to basically siege through a lot very quickly with those. Plus the Sepoy is a pretty decent siege as well. Yeah. Ah. That's hilarious, dude. He like blew up more of them by just building underneath him, man. And he just ransomed them out. He's gonna build another landmine. Crazy stuff, dude. Oh man. Wee. That's crazy. He just beat his rush just by sticking landmines underneath his feet. But he still lost the TC though. But now his army's gone, so it's not like he can pursue him and hunt him down and stuff. Gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's insane. How'd he do that? Oh man, those landmines. Oh, yeah. Crazy stuff, dude. Crazy stuff. What? He's getting the Shaman Arcade, right? Oh, the Tower of Victory. That gives you a ton of wood. I could see that being useful here. Definitely. First Chinese wave. Good, good, good. Look at all these shipments you got. You got 9 Sepoy, 8 Gurk, 2 Mahout, back to back to back. Very, very nice. So a combined army of sepoys for the anti-cav, Gurkhas for the anti-infantry, and then the Mahouts for like the assault unit splash. Should be enough to push, I think. Now, in this time, of course, Ringo is obviously going to reach Fortress Age because he's massing Mosquiteros. He's going up with the Chinese wave, so he's going to have a second immigrant colony here. Lots looking good for him, and then obviously he's going to set up more landmines too, which he already has. He's got 2 here, 1 here, 2 here, so about 5. So he's got some back here too. He's probably planning on putting them somewhere else as well. I wouldn't put any further out on the map though. I would just keep them local, stick them in areas where you know Codefinder's going to go through to snag those kills. Yeah, he's going to put landmine here, and then he's probably going to put one further out as well, from what it looks like, yeah. Yeah, this match is going to be a really long one if Ringo keeps using those landmines, because every time Codefender makes an army, Ringo's going to just destroy him with the landmines, which might make Codefender want to boom instead, so they just doesn't hit those landmines directly. Yeah, no. It's really, really tough. Really, really complicated. Yep, right under the mine there. He's putting some landmines on this side too to protect the silver mine, so that's going to give more coverage of defense to Ringo. So the Codefender comes up here, he's going to get flying in the sky, and if he goes around the TC, he's going to go flying in the sky as well. A lot of flexible tactics there, basically. Yep, totally. Trying to see what else. Which workers again? He's again the Chinese ones, right? Yep. The Chinese workers are some of the best ones for the immigrant colonies because they're good at all natural resources. So hunting, mining, berries and trees, they can do all that really good. So yeah, pretty reliable worker to go with typically compared to some of the ones that have lesser gather rates. This is going to be a big game. Muy grande. Muy, muy grande. See. Okay. So what now? I'm just trying to figure out like when Cofender might potentially go for another push again. Because he's going to lose a lot of troops to these landmines. Now, one thing I would do, if I wanted to be really sticky, I would put the fort back here and let them walk through the landmines. Put the fort like right here. And force them to walk into the landmines, take a ton of losses, and that way the fort can clean up the rest of the stuff with the help of the Zamoritos. That's what a true Alexander the Great or Julius Caesar tactician would do. Don't put the fort in the front, because then he's just going to burn the fort down, and then he's going to go to your TC. Let the mines do the work so that the fort can clean up the rest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, use some strategy, some real-time strategy here. Let the fort stay in the back so they can, like, lure the enemy in to try to, like, go into this stuff, and then they get hit with the landmines. Or take the landmines and stick it around the fort. I mean, you can't do it now. Once you build the landmines, they're permanent. But yeah, no. Basically just that. Now, if Cofender was a genius, you know what he would do? He would get a safe house, get a spy, and then the spy can use a diffuse landmine ability to actually diffuse landmines to basically kill them all. But we don't see him doing that at all, so... Okay, you can have up to 15. I thought you could only have 10. You can have up to 15. Alright. He is sticking some in front of the fort, though. That's smart. That's good compensation, because that'll actually scare away Codefender potentially and let you gain more traction. So that's pretty good. He knows to hold off on that ship until age 4. Well, actually, once it gets age 4, may as well just get Volantes, right? Yeah, totally. Totally just get Volantes. I think that's going to probably be your best move, honestly. Yeah. That's what I would do. I would get Volantes if it was me. If I was the one doing the match, probably. Yeah. Oh God! Look at the infantry! Ah! Ooh. Wow, crazy. And then he hit Industrial Age and got the Fenian mass with the second Irish wave. That's good, because now that he's got the Fenians, these guys will nuke elephants. These are one of the few units that shreds elephants instantly, because look at the range. They do 48 damage times 6 against assault cavalry. So they're effectively doing like 300 something damage per individual against the elephants. And when you times the amount he had there, 10, that's like 30,000 damage or something crazy like that. Not 30,000 damage, but 3,000 something damage. Enough to instantly kill a Mahout. He lost a few of them, but he still can instantly kill these Mahouts, I think, should he run into them. So, just trained a few firemen out of the levy there, so now he should be able to fight the Gurks with that too. Looks like Codefender dodged some of the landmines, though. Yeah. Yeah, Ringo somehow survives another wave of stuff. Crazy occurrences, yeah. Totally. Totally, man. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I did while I was waiting for these guys to fight? I actually wrote my signature thing on the Bibu Twitter saying, guess I have to hold the fort down again with 12-hour streams, because Bibu can't do 12-hour streams if she's going away for a bit. I have to start doing the 12-hour streams, man. Honestly, if you like look at my stream count, like how long our streams are, they are pretty close to 12 hours during the work week. And then on the weekend, I often make up for it and go like 16 hours streaming and stuff. Which we'll probably do this time around, I think. Yeah. Because, yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, I mean, the only thing it's might affect it is like trying to clear out certain snow stuff and everything, but I don't think that's going to be a problem because the second storm we're going to get is going to end in Monday. So the only thing I might have to clean up a bit is like some stuff on Saturday, maybe a little bit of slushy with some snow. But yeah, outside of that, yeah, I mean, they're still tracking the Sunday and Monday storm. Some say we'll get like a little bit of stuff. Other people say we're going to get like 2 to 3 feet, so they really don't know about that very much. Yeah. Now, this is gnarly. This is super gnarly. He got like a bunch of batches of coolies from the Chinese colony. This is the other immigrant unit you can get with the Chinese. Basically, they're literal sappers that use their shovels to like destroy buildings and dig underneath the foundation and stuff. But in this game, because I can't show that animation, it just literally shows them like hitting the building like it's a battering ram with the shovel, which is super funny. Oh no, he's coming this way though. But he's got the Fenians. The Fenians will kill the elephants and make him retreat, maybe. He's got no range troops, though. The Fenians could kill all this stuff. He could wipe out everything with the Fenians. Yep. Yep, the Fenians wiped out that Mahout. See, he can't fight here now. Because the Fenians are literally wiping out his entire force. Those little Irish leprechaun troops are just chasing him out like crazy. And he's not even green. His enemy's green, and he's still doing it. It's like crazy. Insane, actually.
备就绪。请下命令。是。攻击。准备就绪。好的。
Oh my god. And he's got Volantes too. The Volantes will wipe out the Gurkhas. Volantes will wipe out the Gurkhas too. Oh my god, he's losing the town center, he's losing Casas, he's losing the Wonders. He's losing everything. There's nothing he can do about it. Like, what is he gonna do? The Tiger Claws might work, because the Tiger Claws might be the secret sauce here. Because these guys have no multipliers against scout units, which the Tiger Claw... And he's messing up his micro with the Volantes. He should be killing the Gurkhas, and he's wasting them. But no, he's like wrecked him. He like got rid of all of his Wonders. He just deleted his entire massive Wonders. He could still find stuff and wipe it out over here. Like, let's say he gets rid of all these towers and houses next. There's really nothing stopping him from doing it. Because, yeah, he's just going to run through here and just... He's using them to try to raid some of the vills. What's he going to do now? He's going to try to... Yeah, see, the Tiger Claws is like his godsend here. These Tiger Claws are literally saving Code Fender's tail right now. If he didn't have those, I think those Volantes could have wiped out his entire mass with the Fenians, and he would be dead right now. Okay, so these sappers, these coolies are going to take down this house. They're probably going to get this castle down. House down there. Does he get rid of more stuff here, maybe? Are people still playing this old mod? Yes, they are, Sang. Yes, they are, Sang. People still play this old mod every single day, man. We got our own multiplayer Discord server and Radman's VPN server to play the games on. It's really good. And not only that, I'm actually running a tournament, the Middle Eastern Liga. So I'm looking for people to sign up right now. So not only are people still playing this thing, there's actually a tournament in the works for it, too. We're just looking for the sign-ups right now because everybody's so busy and stuff. We already got about 6 sign-ups, but we need more people. We got Goimistan, Code Fender, Nathan, Jeff. We got Stupid Bot, of course, and Sagawai. But we need a lot more folk. Maybe Lars would sign up. I don't know. Could use people of all skill levels, too. I don't care. Got skilled people, new people. Whoever wants to do it is welcome in. As long as you're not a cheater or anything, it hacks or anything. We want you. Machitero should. Oh no. Okay, this time he's aiming the Volantes though, so I gotta give him respect. He's actually doing his job with the Volantes. Good work with the Volantes there. Oh, he's doing some good work with them. I think he wishes he had the Fenians still, because the Fenians would have cleaned up those elephants. Now the elephants take a bit of work. But hey, the Volantes just blasted that batch of Tiger Claws because of the vast damage. Brutal. That's a lot of Moshiteros he's doing. A lot of them. My one critique though is that Moshiteros, unless you have like a special royal guard or a special card, only gets like veteran upgrades, so you're kind of making outdated poop by just doing this particular unit. Exactly, so you might want to consider again something else actually. Just saying. Saying, man. Could be a bit risky. And plus he's getting guard Rajputs too. So yeah, that's not good. Hard Rajputs. But here he comes with the coolies again, and now he's wiping out his entire housing space. He's getting depopped right now. And now he can't make more of a house and stuff. This is like insane how he's like pulling this off. And he's probably going to find his stuff there. Like, if he starts wiping out his rice paddies, that's actually really bad, because rice paddies cost like 500 wood. So if he can start wiping out rice paddies, the India is going to have some real serious problems keeping up troop production, which could actually wipe him out. Yeah, no, these coolies are like really good at what they do with the sieging. Exactly what you want. I think Kofar is safe though because he got the Raj puts on him now. Yeah.
Powder's dry, sir.
Now he hit those landmines. They've been sitting there for like half an hour and he just hit those things. That's good for Varengo because now he can make more of them. He can put up more landmines. Even more casualties out of them too. Exactly what Varengo wants. Plus he just crawled over the landmines over there too. Plus he has the Ford like blasting his elephant as well. Somehow winning with outdated units, without guard upgrades. This is unreal. Okay, now, but now he's got Yanets, so now he is indeed countering the elephants again. Yeah. These guys thankfully can get the guard upgrades on, so that should not be a problem. That should not be an issue at all. I'm going to share some story with Rex Goodwin. Some story I wrote for Hololive. Not for Hololive the company, but like some lore stuff. Let me see it. Let's see if it loads in. Never mind, never mind. I was trying to find some stuff for Rex to use related to poop. But, I guess not. How much export does India got? He's like spamming these little armies of grasshoppers out like crazy right now. He's getting so much of them. How many villas is he on, by the way, too? He's got about 46. He doesn't have a lot of economy. I mean, he is making some more now, knock on wood. But if he was, like, making real economy and stuff and doing all this crazy stuff, well, you know what it is? He's, like, making huge masses of troops. And that's why he's, you know, doing this, basically. It's pretty much what he's going for here. He knows what he's doing. He's setting it up pretty well.
Preparado. ¿Ah?
That's good for the units, right? Yep, perfect. Now the Mahouts are going to be much more counterable. Yep. Probably the biggest threat is the Rajputs, I think. Because the thing is, once you get that much hand infantry, then they can do some serious damage. Because this is the reason why I used to like Rajputs. Because is that they have like a halberdier type damage output. That's what you want to watch out for. Because they'll cut through the Musketeros, they'll cut through units, they'll siege stuff, they can cut through a lot of things. Plus he shipped in Arumis, so he's got Arumis. Arumis are like brutal, man. Arumis are nothing to mess with. I hope Ringo knows what he's doing here, because if he doesn't, it's going to get really nasty really quickly. Might want to take this very carefully. He hit another landmine again. Dude keeps hitting the landmines. Notice how he's going through here to dodge the landmines now. He's going to hit some more over here, too. Wow, that elephant has so much HP it can survive a landmine. I saw it get damaged, though. And they just garrisons the villas inside them. Wow, wow, wow, wow. Oh, get that elephant there. Yeah, very nice. Varango survived another wave. Another wave survived by Varango. Brutal. Because now, Kofun has to train another army up to deal with this again. This is like unreal. He's like blowing them blow for blow here. This is pretty crazy, son. I don't know how he's doing it. He's definitely doing it, though. It's like crazy, crazy stuff here, man. Insane. This Peruvian setup of Yanets, Mosquiteros, and Volantes is doing Sony wonders at this point. Sony wonders. Yeah, no kidding. These guys aren't even able to get guard upgrades, and he's making them work. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. Brutal stuff. That's all I can tell you. So what has he got now? So he's got Gurks, Mahout, and some Howdas. He's got a Mansabdar Howda too, so I think he shipped that one in, right? Yeah, because obviously Vringo wiped out his Shamanar Gate with that huge coolie thing earlier, so the only way he's getting a Mansabdars is through the home city. Or going to Great War Age. Because I'll tell you a little tip and trick. If you can get to Great War Age as India, they get a unique tech that actually lets them make all the Mansabdars through the field barracks. So like the infantry and cavalry building in World War One. It's good for India players to know. So if they like lose the Shamanar Gate, they can access those. And it also means if you decide to skip the Shamanar Gate altogether and get all the other wonders, you can actually still get them. And not only can you get all the ones that you can normally get, you can also get the Arumi one as well, which is a really good selling point. Because normally you can only get the Arumi one through the home city as an exclusive, but with the Great War Age tech, you can actually get them through the field barracks. So if you want to ship in a ton of Arumis, you can actually get the slightly stronger stats on them. Really, really neat stuff, huh? Yeah, I know. Okay, so he's getting stable investment, weaponry. I'm trying to think what he's going to get with that one. So, is that for his units? What does that do? I'm trying to think what that's for. Is that for the... Did his units just change in cost? Or... I'm trying to figure out what he's going for there. I would think he would get the investments for the Volantes, but I don't know. I don't know, to be frank, what he's going for. Because there's something that people don't use a lot with Peru, but I guess I'll mention it. There's these options at your barracks, stable, and foundry called investments. They're basically trade-off techs that you can research 4 levels of. So if you don't want necessarily the full brunt negative effect of the trade-off, you can just get a partial, but you can get them all and just have like a really good benefit and a really bad, you know, negative side to it. It's up to you. And basically they come in sets of like, there's like 3 different types of them, basically. And basically, once you research that category from one building, it locks the ones in the other ones. So you technically get only 3 investments all together that you kind of get to pick from. So you kind of have to pick which building to get it from, and you can't like double dip on that same category in multiple buildings, if that makes any sense. Okay, the TC's dead. Now he's got a ton of units though. I think he can probably fight off those Howdas, right? Okay, that was a forward facing town, so that's not the one back there, right? Oh, but no, he's gonna hit the landmine. Look at that. Amla. Is that the guy that was in the Howda? He went flying out of the platform. You know, that's like some physics right there. How did he have the physics to take a guy out of his platform on the Alpha and send him flying feet in the air? Was that like an ICBM or something? What's those Peruvian Juanitas Peruanas cooking up over there? I don't even know, dude. That's like crazy.
Me deshonra este pago. órdenes. Señor, 请下命令。 órdenes.是的，señor。准备就绪，出发。请下命令。
He's got spearmen at home, and then he's got some landmines. I'd wait for him to commit up to there, and then, yep, he's gonna wait for him to. I'm trying to see if he times this right. Okay, so he's gonna hit the landmines, right? And he basically lost like a ton of elephants there now. Yep. I would have kept the Yanets up there to fight his army. And then just have the sappers go alone. But I get why he's doing that, so he has a bit of military support to fend off any troops that try to defend the structures. He's disemboweling Codefender right now. His base is getting disemboweled. It's got him like really good right now. So he decides to pull out because he knows the degree of which he's being sieged. But Codefender gets to Imperial Age. Oh, and he sends the ceasefire with the Taj Mahal. That's the key, the Taj Mahal. So if he sneaks up on you, you run the ceasefire on him, and then you know, get out of it that way. Really, really good.
네가 最高。
So first is first, he's gonna wipe out his Taj Mahal first, right? I wish, yeah, see, yeah, no, he's not gonna be able to use an R1 now. That possibility is gone. That possibility is gone. He's not saving his base with ceasefire anymore. He is officially cooked in that regard. Yeah. Because this is the only way I think Varingo can survive this. He can't fight a conventional battle. He has to use like guerrilla warfare with these sappers and like blow through his like farms, his houses, and like literally disembowel him and then force him into fights against the landmines where they're just gonna get exploded. This is actually peak strategy by Varingo. This is like really good. He's like using strategy to beat a much more skilled opponent like Codefender, who obviously is tournament viable, who fights tournament level players. This is like really good tactics by Varingo, being a far more skilled player in APM and stuff. This is what RTS is really all about. I would say, yeah, no, he's doing a good job. He's doing a really good job. I like this. I really like this quite a bit. Where he's going with this. This is brutally good. Yeah. landmines did their job for sure. Oh yeah, no, totally. See, when he spreads out, he hit another landmine, he lost another Howdah. You know, he has to like retreat out of there because he doesn't know where the landmines are. This is asymmetric warfare here by Varingo. He's doing asymmetric warfare against his opponent. This is like really peak stuff. And then he's gonna hit up here, wipe out his consulate. Oh god, he's gonna wipe out his consulate now too. Oh, man. And then he's gonna take out his castles. He's gonna take out his farms. He's gonna, if he reaches his caravanserai there and wipes that out, that is like really bad. That's like so devastating, dude. If he does that, the fort's still up, by the way. And then Varingo can obviously ransom his explorer and put up more landmines. He sends. See, this is the only thing he can fight back with these emergency troops, because they have multipliers against siege troopers. Yeah, Codefinder's basically forced to rebuild these castles in his base. You know, he just pulls out, he just retreats. This is like really hilarious to watch. Oh man, yeah, no, this is insane stuff here. He's gonna wipe out another castle. And another one. He's gonna get this one too. You get another one? Yeah, no. Gonna get another castle again. Oh god, this is like brutal. Like how much stuff he's losing, and he has resources too. Like, he might just make him quit because of irritation. Yeah, how much vills is he on, by the way? He should be getting some more vills. 50? He's doing this with 50 villagers. With like a little over half your vill capacity. This is brutal efficiency here. This is like crazy stuff. I wish Ringo could find a way to get to like Imperial Age, because then he could get some more stats up on the immigrant troops and siege even harder when he gets those coolies out. That would make a much bigger difference, I would say. Right now he's using the Juanitas Bonitas, Las Vivenderas, and the Zamalitos to wipe out the Howdahs. Which he really needs to do here, I think.
Mis fuerzas.
See, this is the thing. If you got Howdahs, you should put them into melee. Because if you put them into melee, they have like a splash attack and they have multipliers against scout units in melee. So, he's like literally wasting time here keeping him in range attack. Because range attack, I mean, yeah, he's like giving him too much of a chance by going with the range attack, I think. Totally. Should definitely do a bit better there, I think, honestly. This has been a real banger of a match. This is like really funny. Watching this stuff, I'm like, wow. Wow. This is like so entertaining. This is such a good game. Like, learning so much stuff about like Wars of Liberty tactics and stuff. It's quite good.
Escucho.
Oh man. If Ringo finally croaks, I'll be honest with you. If Ringo could have like done better with the macro here, he probably would have won this. Like if he could have done everything that he did here with the coolies and the tactics and stuff, he just get more villagers, maybe diversify his like defense at home a bit. Like if he could have pivoted into skirmishers earlier to like deter the Howdahs and stuff, he would have been golden, and he would have won this. Like if it was me trying to run these types of tactics, I probably would have like, or anyone else for that matter, the macros bear would have been in much better, you know, shape. Yeah, big time. So I'm gonna say, crazy. GG's, man. Good, good, good. That was a good bell. Good bell. Now, because it's 11:15, I think it's time we do HVV Chaos. Yeah, no, I would rather end it on that note because that's a really good match for the Age of Empires 3 casting. We can do the next recording the next time we stream. But yeah, now I'm going to move to HVV Chaos because I want to like actually do some gameplay myself after sitting here and watching so many recordings tonight. Yeah, I've been casting since like almost like how many hours? Like almost 6 hours. Yeah, like when did we start? Like 5:35? Yeah, we're at about 5.5 hours. Yeah, no. So, yeah. I'll set up the USB keyboard and we'll get into HVV Chaos now, okay? It'll take a few seconds to set up, and I think I have to take my calcium vitamins too. Kind of forgot. Eek. So, give me a few seconds to set up and then we'll begin.
behind. Bloody Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Tactical droid to your station. Take commanding lead for goodness and light. Domination by the light side.
You will not die well.
My enemies.
No more. You understand?
Pity them. You are nothing.
All hail the Dark Lord of Kill Streaks. Recalibrate murderous instinct. You're only halfway there.
Don't fight it.
Something challenge.
disintegration for the heroes.
Think not.
competition. That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
Running out of options here. Readjust priorities. The conflict is only half over. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. An unobservant hero falls as the villains begin their attack.
My trigger finger is itching. New friendly on the ground! Enemy elite on sight! Watch out!
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Look at that! Unidentified ally on sight! You know I work for a lot.
Good. Gruesomely triumphs over evil.
New ally on the ground! I don't think that's Jedi. Ally landing! Looks like we got a friend!
The nice guys aren't finishing last this time. Score one for the good guys.
Elite ally on the ground! I think you can see him.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. The dark side continues to eclipse the light. Lead taken by scary-looking enemies.
The Emperor has come. Everyone beware.
Enemy leader taking point!
Defy me? I am not so easily injured. Why not hide?
Domination by the light side.
No.
The pacifists are crushing the competition.
I've got an idea.
Enough.
Let's see.
Recalibrate murderous instincts. You're only halfway there. competition.
Enemy elite on sight! Watch out! Han Solo has decided to join us.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Some kind of special combatant on the ground!
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who! Enemy leader taking point!
how to get this done.
Enemy elite on sight! Watch out!
I'm sharp. Can you see him?
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground!
I've got an idea.
Unidentified ally fighting stormtroopers!
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
Grievous makes today's heroes suffer as he delivers a crushing final blow. Anger and hate seize the day as Kylo Ren brings the match. victory.
Defy me?
team takes the lead. Solo hyper slaves the competition. Halfway to victory. Hooray. Villainy seals the lead. killing spree continues. Solo hyper slays the competition. Worse than disintegration for the heroes. Executions must double if you want to emerge victorious. will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
We're getting help from that smuggler, Solo.
My vocabulator is at a loss for words. An epic gathering of legends. A tragically remote ice world no one would visit by choice. Sensor-shattering excitement. The villain shoot first.
Luke Skywalker has joined the battle.
concern me.
event worse than disintegration for the heroes.
Let me see. Yep, I'm most definitely getting tired now, so I'm probably going to be signing off now. I don't know what we're streaming tomorrow, but it should be fun. Anyways, thanks for coming. See you all mañana. GG's and well played. I don't know when we'll do that other Varinga versus Codefender game, but we will get it done. Especially seeing how awesome the first two games were. Those games are really, really good, so definitely going to want to check those out.